Enter it now. Online at krq.com/win.
That's lifting down.
Waking up to action dust. I wipe my brow and I sweat my rust. I'm breathing in the chemicals. I'm breaking in, saving up, then checking out of the prison bars. This is in the apocalypse. Whoa, I'm breaking to make my system run. Welcome to the new age, to the new age, to the new age, to the new age. It's my flesh, got my clothes. It's a revolution, I suppose. We're painted red, just fit right in. Whoa. I'm breaking in, saving up, then checking out of the prison bus. This is in the apocalypse. Whoa. I'm breaking to make my system run. Welcome to the new age, to the new age, to the new age, to the new age. Systems go. Sun hasn't died. Deep in my bones, straight from inside. Don't make my system run. Welcome to the new age, to the new age, to the new age, to the new age. Beautiful girls all over the world. I could be chasing, but my time would be wasted. They got nothing on you, baby. Nothing on you, baby. They might say hi, and I might say hey, but you shouldn't worry about what they say, 'cause they got nothing on you, baby. Yeah. Nothing on you. Nothing on you, baby. Nothing on you. I know you feel where I'm coming from. Regardless of the things in my past that I've done. Most of it really was for the hell of the fun. On a carousel, so around I spun. With no direction, just trying to get some. Trying to chase skirts, living in the summer sun. And so I lost more than I had ever won. And honestly, I ended up with none. There's so much nonsense that's on my conscience. I'm thinking maybe I should get it out. And I don't mean to sound redundant, but I was wondering if there was something that you want to know. But never mind that, we should let it go. So you want to be a TV episode. And all the bad thoughts just let it go. Go. Beautiful girls all over the world. I could be chasing, but my time would be wasted. They got nothing on you. Nothing on you, babe. Nothing on you. Nothing on you. They might say hi, and I might say hey, but you shouldn't worry about what you say, 'cause they got nothing on you. Nothing on you, babe. Nothing on you. Nothing on you. Nothing on you. Hands down, there will never be another one. I've been around and I've never seen another one. Because your style ain't really got nothing on. And you out when you ain't got nothing on. Baby, you that whole package. Plus you pay your taxes and you keep it real while the mothers stay plastic. sad. You're my Wonder Woman, call me Mr. Fantastic. Stop. Now think about it. To London, I've been to Paris, you know, out there in Tokyo. Back home down in Georgia, to New Orleans, but you always did show. And just like that, girl, you got it froze. Like a Nintendo 64. If you never knew where I no, beautiful girls all over the world. I could be chasing, but my time would be wasted. They got nothing on you. Nothing on you. They might say hi, and I might say hey, but you shouldn't worry about what they say, 'cause they got nothing on you. Nothing on you. Everywhere I go, I'm always hearing your name. And no matter where I'm at, girl, you make me wanna say. Whether a bus or a plane, or a car or a train. No other girls on my brain, and you the one to blame. Beautiful girls all over the world. I could be chasing, but my time would be wasted. They got nothing on you. Nothing on you. They might say hi, and I might say hey, but you shouldn't worry about what you say, 'cause they got nothing on you. Nothing on you. Nothing on you. Yeah, and that's just how we do it. Don't look this right. D.O.D. and being on Mars.
KRQQ Tucson.
92.7 KRQ, an iHeart radio station.
Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
This is Tucson's #1 hit music station.
93.7 KRQ.
I'm still a fan even though it's salty. Hate to see you with some other but know you happy. Hate to see you happy if I'm not the one driving. I'm so mature. They got me a therapist to tell me there's other men I do. One night, I just want you. If I can't have you, no one should have mine. I look at my eyes, not the best idea. He's my girlfriend's next time I get here. I look at my friends, I still love them though. Rather be each other. I get the sense that it's a lost cause. I get the sense that you might read it over. This is gonna be evidence. This text is evidence. I try to action with you, no words of crime attaching, but damn, you was out of reach. You was at the farmer's market with your perfect peach. Now I'm in the basement, now they want my basement. Now you laying face down, got me saying, oh, I'll be so mature. I'm so mature, and I'm in therapist to tell me there's nothing that I do. One night, I just want you. If I can't have you, no one will. I make you notice, no one's idea. Is the girlfriend's next time I get here. I make you notice, I still love you though. Rather be each other alone. I did it all for love. I did it all on no trust. I did it all this so good. I did it all for us. I did it all for love. I did it all this so much. I did it all this so good. Don't you know I did it all for us? I just killed my ex. Not the best idea. Killed his girlfriend next. Now I get here. I just killed my ex. I still love you. Rather be in hell than alone.
On air with Ryan Seacrest.
Everybody's talking about Sunday night football. everybody.
Yeah, it went full Swiftie, and I'm here for it. So we should definitely break it down.
We'll get into it in a second.
This is On Air with Ryan Seacrest.
Love you like a brother, treat you like a friend, respect you like a lover. Oh, 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 oh,
Go quit that, never gotta sweat that. Go quit that, never gotta sweat that. Go quit that, never gotta sweat that. Go quit that, never gotta
If
sweat
you be the
that.
cash, I'll be the rubber band. You be the match, I will be a fuse. Boom, painter, baby, you could be the muse. I'm the reporter, baby, you could be the news. Cause you're the cigarette, and I'm the smoker. We raise a bet, cause you're the joker, tripped up. You are the chalk, and I could be the blackboard, you can be the top, and I can be the rock. Yeah, even when the sky comes falling, even when the sun don't shine, I got a baby in you and I just put your pretty little hand in. Even when I'm down to the wire, baby, even when it's do or die, we can do it, baby, simple and plain. This love is a short thing.
Go quit that, never gotta sweat that. Go quit that, never gotta sweat that. Go quit that, never gotta sweat that. Go quit that, never gotta sweat
Be
that.
the love, be the fire, baby. If I'm a blunt, you could be the light, baby. Fire it up, write it, baby. You could be the cool. If I'm a lyric, baby, you could be the note. Lord, that say I'm a son. As I'm a woman, and it's you. But get it down to serve that paper, baby. I be a pen. Say that I'm the one, cause you are 10. And I have to say, even when the sky gets falling, even when the sun don't shine, I got a baby in you and I just put your pretty little hand in. Even when I'm down to the wire, baby, even when it's do or die, we can do it, baby, simple and plain. There's love in the show. Rock with me, baby. You may hold you in my arms, talk with me, baby. Yeah. Rock with me, baby. You may hold you in my arms, talk with me, baby. Yes, sir. Between you and I, it's simple as pie, baby. It's such a sure thing, such a sure thing. Oh, it's such a sure thing. It's got to be. Got a baby, you and I put your pretty little thing in mine. Even when I'm down to the wire, baby, even when it do or die, we can do it, baby, simple and plain. There's a letter that's a sure thing. Love you like a brother, treat you like a friend, respect you like a lover.
All right. So, you knew it was going to, I guess, Sunday Night Football, NBC, it kind of went Swiftie, didn't it?
So we were all glued to our TVs, yesterday, trying to see if we're going to get a glimpse of Taylor at the game. And of course, even before the game even started, TMZ already, showed her behind the scenes and trying to enter in like the back way, but there was video of her captured. And it was interesting who she showed up with, though. Blake Lively, Hugh Jackman, Sabrina Carpenter, Sophie Turner.
They all came in the same car?
Yeah, so they all came together.
Really?
Like she came with a crew, like her friends. But before the game, I thought this was really cool that NBC did this. Carson Daly broke down what Sunday Night Football was for Swifties.
This guy, Travis Kelce. Travis Kelce, the best tight end in the league. Well, he plays for the Kansas City Chiefs, who are basically the next great American dynasty in the NFL. On the other side, there are these guys, the New York Jets. They've been left with a blank space after losing their star quarterback.
And Aaron Rodgers is injured
tonight
for the
They're
season.
gonna try and shake it off. But against the defending Super Bowl champs, it's probably not likely to happen. Maybe only in their wildest dreams.
So he's giving a little tutorial.
He's giving a tutorial of the two teams, like using Taylor Swift songs. It was really cool. It went on and on. There's nothing.
The facts are the Chiefs have a fearless, magical mastermind who likes to throw the ball to a guy.
It's like when I watch Saturday morning TV and they're teaching me like kids lessons.
Exactly.
Right? They simplify it so much.
On Air, built by the Home Depot.
With fall appliance savings at the Home Depot, they have laundry appliances that just fit. Fit your space, fit your needs, and fit your budget. Like a new LG laundry set with sensor dry technology. Save on select laundry sets at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Identity theft shows no signs of slowing down. In fact, more than $29 billion were stolen last year alone. That is a criminal success story and a wake-up call for everybody else. It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity. LifeLock makes it easy to help protect yourself. If you become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. Join now and save up to 25% your first year with promo code RYAN, RYAN, at LifeLock.com. LifeLock, identity theft protection starts here.
Looking for gentle relief for your kids' everyday stuffy nose? Good thing there's Sinex Children's Saline from Vicks. It instantly clears everyday stuffy little noses to help your child breathe freely fast. It's specially designed for kids and safe for ages 1+. Sinex Children's Saline is easy to control with no mess. Be prepared with Sinex Children's Saline as your go-to solution for stuffy little noses. Gentle, effective relief from Vicks Sinex Children's Saline. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Your chance to win $1,000 and qualify for a VIP trip to our iHeartRadio Jingle Ball. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Stage. That's stage. Enter it now.
Online at krq.com/win.
Canon has a new virtual reality app, Kokomo, which lets you step into VR through a feature called Immersive Calling. Kokomo immerses you in a virtual shared space with ultra-realistic environments where you can see your friends and family live from head to toe. It's just like being together, even if you're miles apart. This groundbreaking technology is available now. So grab your MetaQuest 2 and smartphone to get started. Just search Kokomo by Canon on the MetaQuest Store,
Let's
Apple
flip
App
and
Store,
go.
or Google Play Store and download Kokomo to experience an immersive call today.
At Rochester Institute of Technology, we champion creativity and innovation by blending technology, the arts, and design in over 200 majors. Learn how RIT is advancing the exceptional by visiting rit.edu/iHeart.
You're out here hustling.
Watch out.
Yeah, I'm one of the commercials.
Oh, yeah.
we go now. Hey, yo. Yo. I want to see you get low. Right here, right now. Just turn it up. Damn, girl. It's going down tonight. Get down low. Make it hot, baby. Let's get it. Don't stop now. I can feel that. Can you feel it? Here, we need to fuck right here, right now. Let's turn it up. Hey, yo. Yo. I want to see you get low. Right here, right now. Let's turn it up. Can you hear it? Get down low. Make it hot, baby. Let's get it. Don't stop now. I can feel that. Can you feel it? Turn it up.
reminiscing of the times of life. When each every other, feeling stronger, shaking, laughing, lost in your can't do well when I think you're gonna leave me, but I know I try. Are you gonna leave me now? Can't you be believing now? I can't do well when I think you're gonna leave me, but I know I try. Are you gonna leave me now? Can't you be believing now? Can't you be believing now? I can't do well when I think you're gonna leave me, but I know I try. Are you gonna leave me now? Can't you be believing now? I can't do well when I think you're gonna leave me, but I know I try. Are you gonna leave me now? Can't you be believing now?
Don't tell me what to do. 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 Tell me what to do. What to do? 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 Don't tell me what to do. 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 Don't tell me what to do.
Need to go to fucking Ibiza with my tree.
Don't tell me what to do. What to do.
Just put a little effort in.
You never know the article, me say them in a jungle. You never know shy effects, man, big in a jungle.
I'll probably release like 10% of the stuff I actually do. Just because I go home and turn on the fuck with it doesn't mean I make it track. It's just something I like to touch. We got a lot of people asking from the area. How come you got all these women around you and all this now? These are beautiful women that help me inspire myself. My bitches and my hoes and my NPCs, my SB1200, my bass, my keyboard. Some of my bitches and some of my hoes. Some of my bitches and some of my hoes. Some of my bitches and some of my hoes. Some of my bitches and some of my hoes. Some of my bitches and some of my hoes. Some of my bitches and some of my hoes. Some of my bitches and some of my hoes. That motherfucking NPC all fucking night. Some of my bitches and some of my hoes. Some of my bitches and some of my hoes. Some of my bitches and some of my hoes. All fucking night. Just because I go home and turn on the fuck with it doesn't mean I make a track for the next EP. It's just something I like to touch and feel. It feels good to me. You know, a lot of people ask me about the area. In my house.
Deus me deito com Deus me lance comigo, eu falo comigo, eu canto, eu bato. Deus me deito com Deus me levanta comigo, eu falo comigo, eu canto, eu bato em um papo, eu bato em um ponto, eu tomo um drink, eu fico Deus me deito com Deus me levanta comigo, eu falo comigo, eu canto, eu bato em um papo, eu bato em um ponto, eu tomo um
Please do not be alarmed, remain calm. Do not attempt to make the extra. The DJ booth is conducting a troubleshoot test of the entire system. Somehow, while the party was in progress, and identify a frequency, the system makes it at the same time. This station in conjunction with other airwave announcements. The soul and the mind, the body. The soul and the mind, the body. The sun of the soul, the mind, the body. The soul and the mind, the body. The soul and the mind, the body. The soul and the mind, the body. The sun of the soul, the mind, the body.
I check my shit, and I head inside, and I see that girl that we all call Tina Turner, because she looked like Tina Turner. And she said, "Hey, love, Rocky Ride?" And I said, "Yeah, Rocky Ride." And so she reached out her hand, and I put my hand underneath her hand, and she dropped the ticket to the rocket. And I threw that up in my mouth, and ran it down. I check my shit. And I hit inside. And I see that girl we all know Tina Turner. And she look like Tina Turner. And she said, hey, darling, Rocket Ride? And I said, yeah, Rocket Ride. And so she reached out her hand up on my head and I looked at my hand and she thought, we came to the rocket. And I blew that out there on my arm. And ran it down in the stomach. And Tina Turner smiled at me and she said, I don't know about this. I'm walking in the club. I check my shit. And I head inside. And I see that girl that we all call Tina Turner. Cause she look like Tina Turner.
I just feel that life could be more than this. Take away my sorrow and this pain. Oh, take these kisses as ecstasy. I won't cry. I just feel that life could be more than this. Take away my sorrow and this pain. Change this pain for ecstasy. 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 You make my lonely life a paradise. You make my lonely life. You make my life.
C135, the People's DJ Danny D, and myself, Jimmy T. The Boy Wonder, bringing you your Ultra Drive at 5 Street Mix. It's sort of a holiday edition because some people, in fact, do have a holiday today. Some people are working. And if you are, thank you so much for tuning in. If you're on your way home, we are going to help you get there with a closer look and see traffic right now before we head in to the second block of your Ultra Drive at 5 Street Mix. If you shot us a text message, we appreciate all the love. We'll get to you at the end of the show for sure. And again, let's take a closer look at your drive home right now if you're on the roads with a closer look at Z traffic.
Z traffic. We have new troubles on the Gardner westbound just past the South Kingsway. 2 left lanes are blocked there. It is very slow from Dufferin, so keep that in mind. Earlier problems at Kipling, they've been cleared away. On the QEW, early problems westbound to here, Ontario. 2 left lanes have been cleared away, still very heavy through that stretch. If you're on the Don Valley Parkway northbound at York Mills, stalled vehicle, right shoulder, southbound side busy down through Eglinton. Dupont remains closed both ways, Lansdowne to Dufferin. We also have Rutherford Road east of the 400, a collision there. Also Lawrence and Markham Road. And in Orangeville on the Sea Line and Broadway construction there. Watch out for that. Stay alert while driving. Remember to check your blind spot and turn carefully. Find tips on how to share the road safely at toronto.ca/transportation. I'm Robin Metcalf, Z1035.
Accidents happen every day. You never think it will happen to you.
If you've been injured in an accident, you don't want to worry about legal costs.
With no money up front, you and your family can get the compensation you deserve.
At Diamond & Diamond, we will come to your home for free, your hospital room for free.
We will not charge you fees until we have successfuli completed your case.
Get Canada's largest personal injury firm on your side. Over 60 lawyers across Canada.
Call us today for a free consultation at 1-800-567-HURT.
You have nothing to lose.
It's the Moon Festival at Mandarin, and we want to celebrate with you. Make your dish come true and enjoy Moon Festival favorites added to dine-in, takeout, and delivery. Feast on sweet and sour fish, spicy cucumber salad, ginger beef, mooncakes, and so much more. Added to our award-winning buffet while supplies last. Gather your family and friends together now and celebrate Moon Festival with us at Mandarin.
A celebration of taste. Mandarin.
The Ultra Drive at 5. Brought to you by Diamond & Diamond Lawyers. Call 1-800-567-HURT for a free consultation today.
The Ultra Drive at 5 Pick of the Week is the brand new single from Dubs and Arcade featuring Seppi called You're So Cute. Available now.
Hi, Anthony Longo here. When it comes to hosting Thanksgiving, choosing the right centerpiece can be tricky. This year, why not try an edible arrangement of our tender Canadian AAA beef strip loin steaks and roasts, aged for over 21 days. And if beef isn't your thing, talk to our meat experts about reserving your turkey or ham. And if you just want flowers, sure, we have those too. Whatever floats your gravy boat. Visit us in-store or at longos.com. For quality that meets your family standards this Thanksgiving, trust ours. Longos.
The engagement rings are out in the open at Spence.
You just pick them up.
Try them on.
Look at the price tag.
And smile. You never have to act like Oliver Twist, asking for another bowl of porridge. Please, sir, can I see that one, please? And then wait for them to unlock the showcase. And then they start trying to sell it to you.
You will never experience a moment like that at Spence Diamonds.
You'll try on hundreds of designer prototypes.
From all the world's top designers.
And that price on the tag includes a center diamond that's exactly the size mounted in the prototype.
A diamond with no visible inclusions.
Fabulous color.
Fantastic cut.
And you get to choose the diamond yourself.
Your ring will be custom manufactured to fit your finger perfectly.
That ring has never been on anyone's finger but yours.
You choose your ring.
And then we make it for you.
You get a much better ring.
And a much better price.
Spence. Located in Vaughan, Scarborough, and Mississauga.
Give 100% at work, home, and school with Yorkville University's 100% online Bachelor of Business Administration program. Our BBA program is flexible, so your career and family don't have to wait while you earn your degree. Choose from 4 specializations and become an expert in your field. With our accelerated program, you can graduate in as few as 2.5 years. Yorkville University, for those who give 100% to life. Learn more at mybba.ca. mybba.ca.
Ontario has never invested more in student success. We're hiring thousands of new educators to work alongside some of the best paid teachers in Canada, right here in Ontario. We're investing in new reading and math supports and spending billions to upgrade and build state-of-the-art schools. Students are back in classrooms with their friends where they belong, so they learn the skills they need now for the jobs of the future. Learn more at ontario.ca/investing in students. Paid for by the Government of Ontario.
The Ultra Drive at 5, powered by the long weekend way back Sunday with Tony Monaco. This Sunday night at Dirty Martini.
All right, everyone, step up and down. Left foot, right foot, you're climbing up a trail. Now back in your Subaru with symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive and getting active in the real world. Work those abs, driving right through the mud and left and right. Keep that core engaged and bend at the knees as you load on to your Subaru. Windows down, take in that outdoor air and park.
Get more value out of every kilometer at your local Subaru dealer, starting with award-winning safety.
This Thanksgiving long weekend, Dirty Martini is open Friday, Saturday, and Sunday with 2 rooms, 2 songs, 2 DJs, and a luxurious bar.
Join me, Tony Monaco, and DJ Bruno playing all your favorite wayback hits this Sunday at Dirty Martini Oakville.
Dirty Martini, always a party. 2075 Wednesday Park Drive in Oakville. Reserve your private booth with bottle service. Call 905-829-8400 or visit dirtymartini.ca.
Welcome back to the Ultra Drive at 5 weekend.
Estoy cansado de pensarte con el pecho roto. Hay sol pero hace frío desde que no estás. Me paso tomando, mirando tus fotos, queriendo borrarlas pero no me da. Hubiera dicho lo que siento para no dejar nada guardado. Los besos que no te di, te los hubiera robado. Extrañarte me tiene con los ojos colorados. Por lo mismo estar solo que estar solo enamorado. Dije que te olvidé, pero no te había olvidado. Ay, 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 también dije que te superé y no te había superado. Por eso dije que ya te olvidé, pero no te había olvidado. Ay, 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 también dije que te superé y no te había superado. Soy feliz, yo
Esta vida cuando tienes te quiere, cuando no te olvida. Oh, esta vida cuando tienes te quiere, cuando no te olvida. Esta vida cuando tienes te quiere, cuando no te olvida. Oh, esta vida cuando tienes te quiere, cuando no te olvida.
This is the hottest mix with all the hits
The Ultra Drive 5 Street Mix with DJ Danny D
on C1035.
Antes que te vayas, dame un beso. Sé que soñaré con tu regreso. Mi vida no es igual, ahora que te perdí. ¿Cómo te voy a olvidar? ¿Cómo te voy a olvidar? Sé que el amor existe y se puede hacer lo que sea. Que cambies de ti y quedarte conmigo porque no somos tu idea. El amor a la depresión fortalece la lucha, se termina siendo un odiseo. No tienes razón, pero mi corazón me gana en esta pelea. Y tu recuerdo me está matando hasta la muerte aquí esperando. Nunca lo olvides, te sigo amando hasta la muerte aquí esperando. Antes que te vayas, dame un beso. Sé que soñaré con tu regreso. Mi vida no es igual, ahora que te perdí. ¿Cómo te voy a olvidar? ¿Cómo te voy a olvidar? Que viene el espejo, digo deja que huele, que se vaya lejos. Si vuelves a morir tuyo, si no vuelves fue tuyo, entonces sigue mi sabio consejo. Y tu recuerdo se está matando, si hasta la muerte aquí esperando. Nunca lo olvides, te sigo amando hasta la muerte aquí esperando. Por siempre, antes que te vayas, dame un beso. Sé que soñaré con tu regreso. Mi vida no es igual, ahora que te perdí. ¿Cómo te voy a olvidar? ¿Cómo te voy a olvidar? Solo dime cómo yo te olvido. ¿Cómo te voy a olvidar? Solo dime cómo yo te olvido. ¿Cómo te voy a olvidar?
All of the trees. C1035 DJ Danny D wrapping that one up. It's your Ultra Drive at 5 Street Mix. I'm the boy Wonder, Jimmy T for the Hammer, who will be broadcasting live from Cancun, Mexico, starting this Wednesday. I will take over the show again tomorrow, and then Hammer from the beach Wednesday through Friday. It sounds like a painful day at the office. Hammer is going to be poolside, sipping on umbrella drinks, telling you why you need to be in Cancun, Mexico as well. Why I'm not in Cancun, Mexico, I don't know. Either way, it's going to be a great time. Make sure you tune in. Hammer on your radio starting this Wednesday from Cancun, Mexico. Right now, let's drive you around the GTA. If you are, in fact, heading home from work, if you got stuck going into the office today, I feel bad. I'm sorry, but we got to get you there. Let's do it. A closer look at traffic right now.
Traffic. Still have problems on the westbound Gardner just past the South Kingsway. 2 left lanes blocked there with a collision. It is very heavy from Duffer. And eastbound QEW at Bronte, debris there in the center lane. Watch out for that. If you're on the northbound Don Valley Parkway, earlier problems at York Mills, they've been cleared away, but we have some slowdowns on the 401 eastbound Express to collector transfers at the 400 stall vehicle left lane block there. Westbound Express at Leslie, stall vehicle center lane, and westbound collectors at Young, collision there, center lane is blocked as well. Southbound on the 400 at King Road, we had a stall vehicle there. Watch out for that. All Canada Post Grand shipments are now carbon neutral. Together, let's deliver a more sustainable future for all Canadians. I'm Robin Metcalf, Z1035.
The Ultra Drive at 5. Brought to you by Diamond and Diamond Lawyers. Call 1-800-567-HURT for a free consultation today. And by the long weekend away back Sunday with Tony Monaco.
You know our game. C1035 wants to know your name.
She wants to know your name.
The name game.
Enter at C135.com. She wants to know your name.
She wants to win a grand prize of $10,000. All you have to do is register your name at C135.com.
Say my name, say my name.
Listen weekdays at 8, 1, 4, and 8 for the name game. If we call your name, you have 10 minutes and 35 seconds to call us back and claim your $100 gift card to one of our sponsors.
Plus, your name will be in for a chance to win the grand prize of $10,000. All we need is your name.
The name game. The name game. The name game.
Listen for the name game.
Powered by Mr. Lubin Tires,
Westtown Mazda,
Liquidation Nation,
and your station with the hottest name in the game. All the hits.
the C1035. Too loud. Too quiet. Too angry. Relaxing, but no, too soft. Too saxophony. Too heavy on the D minor.
Have very particular taste. At Tasco, we work closely with you to help you find the perfect appliance, no matter how particular you are.
Finally.
Tasco Appliances, where picky shoppers shop.
At Toyota, we believe your vehicle is more than just your ride. It's your trusty sidekick. So make sure it's ready to go, because there's a 100% chance of winter this winter. And you can take those odds to the bank, not the snowbank. Trust the experts at Toyota for premium winter tires, batteries, brakes, and more. Meet the winter rush and book an appointment today. Visit shoptoyota.ca or contact your local Toyota dealer.
Unbeatable experience at Shula's Joe's, the ultimate destination for sports fanatics. Never miss a single moment of the action on their 20-plus massive TV screens. With ice cold beverages and mouth-watering game day goodies, Shula's Joe's will leave your taste buds bidding for more. With both indoor and outdoor dining options, you can soak up the electrifying atmosphere, rain or shine. Gather your friends for the ultimate sports experience at Shula's Joe's, where sports come alive.
A little more. A little more.
Parking should be simple.
Good. A little more.
Protecting your premium with accident forgiveness from Bel Air Direct actually is simple.
A little less.
Bel Air Direct. Insurance simplified. Conditions apply.
When you choose Air Canada, the world is within easy reach. Lucas loves that he can take a beach break when it suits his schedule.
Later flight it is. I'm so not a morning person.
He also loves that he can continue his world's best ramen tour.
In New York, Tokyo, and next stop, Singapore.
And he especially loves that he's racking up Aeroplan points for his next family vacation.
Even if the in-laws are coming.
With over 180 destinations to choose from, why look anywhere else? Book at aircanada.com or contact your travel agent.
When Ottawa's proposed electricity regulations make electricity unaffordable,
A rainy day fund.
could be 4 times liable electricity matter.
iPhone Powerhouse offer. New 2-year terms on eligible plans required. Other conditions apply. Visit freedommobile.ca.
Choose business, not boring, with programs ranging from fashion to finance, culinary to commerce, or golf to global business. Apply now at humber.ca/business.
The GTA's most terrifying haunted Scream Park is back. Bigger and scarier than ever. Find out more at screamers.ca. Reserve your tickets now. Screamers with 2E's.ca. The scare is everywhere.
Hey, what's up? It's Hammer. I had a house emergency recently. Without thinking twice, I turned to Jiffy. My shower started backing up, more like a bathtub. You know what it's like, probably. But dealing with it wasn't stressful at all. I hopped on the Jiffy app and was paired with Sal, a licensed plumber, and in minutes, he came to fix things that day. He snaked my shower, got the drain fixed, and even gave me some tips to avoid the same thing happening in the future, and I was set. Thank you, Sal. Jiffy always pulls through, and I'm just loving this app. What I love most is any job, big or small, is taken care of exactly when you need it. I've already booked my next job. I need some cabinets fixed, so it was like a no-brainer. I'm using Jiffy for absolutely everything I need done around my house. Have you tried it?
Download the Jiffy app or sign up at jiffyondemand.com and make sure you use the code Z1035 for $25 off your first job. That's Z1035 for $25 off your first job. Jiffy, fast and reliable home maintenance. It's awesome.
Playing all the hits on CITC FM at HD1 Orangeville.
C135. The hit list. Powered by Dino Contanto and Danielle Palazzo. Mortgage agents with Sherwood's Mortgage Group. Visit trustfg.ca.
What's up?
Get ready for the hottest 6 songs in the city.
Counted down by the Hammer.
Are you ready?
It's the hit list.
All the hits you voted for at Z1035.com.
Number 6.
Salud, muchachos. Por esa mujer. Estoy cansado de pensarte con el pecho roto. Hay sol, pero hace frío desde que no estás.
Obviously, the Edge news massively dropping like an atomic bomb, exploding all over social media, and the reaction has been very, very, very interesting. We can obviously talk about that. There's not going to be any way that we're not going to be talking about Edge. I am quite conscious, though, of, and we all know this probably won't happen, but I am quite conscious of this not just being an Edge conversation stream. I did a video earlier, which I really like. Once I finished recorded it and finishing like checking it, editing it, whatever, I really liked it. And it's still 100% how I feel. Every word is still 100% accurate. So if you did see that video, I haven't got a great deal to add, to be honest. I've woken up feeling the exact same way. So that video, I think, really gets across a lot of my thoughts, a lot of how I'm feeling about it. And we talk about what was said at the media scrum. We talk about what he said in the tweets. I like some of the stuff in the tweets. There's some in the stuff in his tweets I didn't appreciate. So yeah, I feel exactly the same. So that's the headline, is that if you saw that video that dropped on the channel many, many hours ago now, and there's not really much change there. But so I am conscious of this just not being like us repeating ourselves as we talk about Edge. Of course, we're going to talk about Edge. There's going to be people with lots of questions regarding Edge and that whole situation and the fallout and the reaction and what WWE have been saying. And there's actually an article as well, which I haven't read, which I think is from Sean Ross Sapp. I think it's like a Fightful Select one. I'm sure they said or implied that there was a lot of stuff coming to Fightful Select about Edge. Oh, hello. Oh, that's God, Tegan Knox, man. Tegan Knox. Yeah. Okay. It was quite a long time ago, but we'll have a read of that. That's good, actually, because it was a long time ago. I haven't seen it yet. So this dropped like 16 hours ago and I haven't read it. It's all to do with backstage reactions on Edge and everything. So we can talk about that. I feel like that news is probably out there. And I've probably heard like a lot of that news, but just from different sources. So we will read that. Yeah, I just saw another article, which is a Becky update. And it says, unfortunate news for Becky Lynch. Fightful Selectors confirm that Becky is not cleared to compete on tonight's Raw. How much does this suck for Tegan Knox? It's unfathomable, isn't it? The look of this woman. I mean, I don't know what she's done. She must have like crossed paths or upset some witches or something, and she's been cursed because she was meant to answer that open challenge a few weeks ago to face Becky, got scrapped last minute for reasons unknown, replaced with Natalya. Then finally she gets the opportunity to face Becky this week, and now Becky is injured. So it says here, not cleared to compete. We reported Saturday night that Becky sustained a laceration that required close to 11 stitches. Lynch was meant to face Tegan for the NXT Women's Championship. There was hope that Lynch would be able to compete, but that isn't on the cards as of now. and that was 3 hours ago. So actually looks like we've lost the women's NXT championship match. But don't worry, my friends, because there is a rumor that they're gonna bring forward a match that was meant to take place at Fastlane, and they're gonna drop it on the show tonight. Now, I don't know if that's gonna be, apparently it's a championship match, but I don't know if that's gonna be Gunther versus Tommaso Ciampa, right? And we do it tonight, or if it's gonna be Shinsuke and Seth, and we do it tonight. But there are rumors swirling that we are gonna bring a championship match forward from Saturday's pay-per-view premium live event and bring it forward to Raw, which would be pretty tasty. And if it's the Gunther one, we might be looking at a new Intercontinental Champion. And you could understand why WWE would do that, because if they've lost their women's NXT championship match, they're going to need somewhat juicy tonight, a championship match of some description, because you've kind of already advertised that Becky's going to be defending. It's a little bit like if you go to a house show and you're expecting Roman, but Roman gets injured. They don't replace Roman with like Akira Tozawa. Like they try to find someone. I mean, not that you can really find a replacement, but they try to find someone that's a decent name. They try to get someone that's got a bit of star power because, they want those fans to not feel too cheated. Granted, losing Roman would suck. Any replacement is probably not going to be as great, but they'll give it their best go, right? So same here. If they've advertised championship match, Becky Lynch, we're not just going to be replacing that with Akira Tozawa versus Scripps, right? So then bringing forward a championship match would make sense. Not only that, there's a lot of news around Edge. There's a lot of news I'm sure WWE would like to bury and get out the way, focus the wrestling world on something else. And so could you do Gunther against Tommaso Ciampa tonight and have a new Intercontinental Champion tonight? Don't know, maybe. So Raw might be a bit tastier than what we were expecting, boys and girls. It could be very tasty indeed. So what we've got, right, is it's a bit outdated. I've got like the matches previewed from the WWE website. They are listing Tegan Nox, Becky Lynch still. So, this was probably written hours ago. But Gunther and Tommaso are going to sign their contract for the IC title. So they're both on the show. Tegan Nox to challenge Becky Lynch. We know that, apparently that's not happening now. Nia Jax is going to be taking on Shayna Baszler. Drew McIntyre is going to explain himself again on Miz TV. It's like Groundhog Day, man. He's going back onto Miz TV again. We did this last week. Is this all he's going to do? Is he just going to keep doing stuff wrong and then explaining himself the next week on Miz TV? Because actually, if we did that like 5-6 weeks in a row, it might be a bit like when Nia was putting Lana through the table for like 7-8 weeks in a row, and it got like a bit like a meme. Like, I would actually be down for that, actually, if we was just going to keep doing Drew on Miz TV. So we've got that. And then we've got Xavier Woods is going to be battling Ivar in singles action. Let's go. Dream match. Wrestle Dream right there. Xavier Woods battling Ivar. So what we're going to do is, Edward, shout out to you. I'm going to jump into some of the chat, and then we will read this little article from many hours ago regarding the backstage reaction to Edge joining AEW. But Edward, shout out to you, my friend. Edward said, Days, hope you are well, and the fam is well. We're doing good, buds. We are doing good. I hope you're doing all right, and I hope you had a good birthday as well the other day. So it was Edward's birthday. He turned 13, which is brilliant news. I think that means he can now legally drive. James Hayes, shout out to you, bud. Appreciate the support. I've said that we will do some member stuff on Thursday. Still haven't got my head around what that looks like, but there will be something. I don't think it'll be a stream. It might end up being a stream, but I don't think it'll be a stream. I really feel like there's definitely some of the content that would be good to mix in. So I'm gonna continue thinking on that. But again, if you are a member and you've got any suggestions, feel free to drop me an email at wrestlingdays@gmail.com. People's Wrestling Channel says Edge isn't available. Reigns, therefore, is irrelevant. Edge isn't available. Reigns, therefore, irrelevant. Days, do you think Edge goes after Christian? Do you think Edge goes after? Oh, okay. For a match? Yeah, I do. I think so. The way that he came in was that, for those that didn't see, he came down the ramp to save Sting from being concertoed. So you had Sting, you had Edge, you had Darby, and then on the other side was Luchasaurus, Christian, and Nick Wayne. So it feels very much like this is the feud. This is what we're doing at the moment. And the two kingpins, if you will, on either side are Edge and Christian. Now, Christian loves his TNT championship. He treasures it. He says that it makes him the face of TNT. And I've said I don't think Edge will have gone over to win a TNT title, a mid-card title in AEW. But I do think that that belt is something that means a lot to Christian in storyline, in kayfabe. So them battling over that with Edge trying to take it away from Christian, because it's Christian losing it will mean more than Edge winning it. I could sort of see that. I think there'll be a few jokes about Edge going to AEW just so he can compete for a TNT title, but I can understand why. I can understand. Forget the TNT title. I mean, it's irrelevant, to be honest. It might be better if it's not even involved, because the match would be Edge against Christian, wouldn't it? Edge against Christian in 2023, having a face Edge against a heel Christian. First time of us seeing it, I believe. I don't think we saw it since he came back in 2020. So yeah, this would be pretty big. In all fairness, there's a whole generation of fans, maybe even a few generations of fans that have never seen Edge against Christian, maybe not gone back and found matches from the past. And so, as we said, he's come back in 2020. This would be the first time we're putting them in a ring up against each other. It'd be a big deal. So I'd say it definitely feels like we are heading in that direction, yes. Mitchell said Christian's press scrum was absolutely hilarious, brilliant, yeah. I pulled that one thing out, that one moment, did it as a little short because he probably cracked me up. He's so good. Because I did that, I then got recommended a few Christian videos, and I was watching them. The people have been putting like his best moments from AEW together, and I found myself watching it, going, "Oh, I remember that was good, man. Oh God, that was good. Oh yeah, that was good." It's one of those where he's actually done loads more than what I remember. I mean, he is a really good heel. I mean, I think he's been doing just some fantastic work since turning heel. I think he's been doing some brilliant stuff. But because it's kind of in the shows and spaced out over a long period of time, like seeing just some of those better moments that he's had in a bit of a 5-minute compilation made you go, man, yeah, this is why when he comes out, I have that kind of buzz of like, okay, we're going to see something good now, because he has provided so many great moments. And I think you add the media scrum to it as well. It was a lot of fun. Those media scrums, they can be very hit and miss. And I would say that this one was definitely hit. I think you needed to watch the Wrestle Dream media scrum. And I can't even begin to fathom. There's a lot about this I can't fathom, right? But I can't even begin to fathom what the thought process is of giving so much information away for free. So Edge has come in at Wrestle Dream last night, right? He's made his way down to the ring. World is shocked, or some people have, expected it, and some were shocked. I was shocked. And then you would think what they would do is they would say, tune in on Wednesday, Dynamite, to find out what's going on. Adam Copeland is all elite. But if you want to hear from him, tune in on Wednesday, right? That's what I would have done. If I was Tony Khan, that's what I would have done, right? That's not what Tony Khan did. Tony Khan brought him out at the media scrum. We had all this talk from Adam Copeland, Edge, was like saying like all this stuff about who he wants to face and how he wants to contribute and that he's going to be full-time. We found out when his first match is going to be. Later on, it was tweeted out that it was going to be Luchasaurus, so we now know who his opponent is going to be. We know what show it's going to be on. We know the date of it. We know that he's on Dynamite. We know he's on Collision as well. All this for free. Just for free. Here you go. For free. I don't understand that at all. For me, I would have put it on Dynamite and got people to have tuned into Dynamite. It does sort of beg the question. Like, I don't know what else I need to know. I feel like I know a lot of stuff that I needed to know. I know why he's there. He said in his tweets he wanted to do more, but WWE didn't seem to have any more for him. So I know why he's there. I know that he's full-time. I know that he's excited. I know that he is got a list of people he wants to face, and he named some of them people as well. I know who his first match is going to be against. I know when that first match is going to take place. It's like, it's mental, the amount of stuff that they've just gone, ta-da! I don't get it. I don't understand. I've said before, we were talking about this the other day. I said we are so lucky, so lucky to be living in a time where we've got AEW, because even if you're not a fan, right? If you're a fan, brilliant, right? But even if you're not a fan, right? If you're sat there going, lucky to have AEW, what you want about? I hate them, right? Even if that's you, right? We can learn so much. There is so much information that we can learn. Like, I am so interested to see what the numbers are for Dynamite. I mean, I think they've put a load of information out there about Edge, right? A load of information to the point where I'm sort of like, I don't really know if I've got any other questions, actually. It's kind of, any more questions? No, I think you've answered everything. So I don't know how essential watching him on Wednesday is. I mean, we're going to watch him because we watch Dynamite, but those casual fans that have got questions, why Edge? Why did you do it, Edge? Why did you leave WWE and go to AEW? Well, we know. It's in his tweet. It's all in his tweets. He's told you everything. I don't get why it's all out there for free. I don't understand. I just don't understand. So it's fascinating for me from that business point of view to be looking at this stuff and for things to be happening that I genuinely am holding my hands up saying, I don't get it. Don't understand. I'm not being funny. I'm not being silly. I'm not being critical. I'm not being, I don't know, any other word you want to use. I'm confused. That's what I am. I'm confused. If you want to go, what's the point that he's getting at? Well, the point I'm getting at is there's things happening in wrestling that I don't understand, right? And I've been watching wrestling a long time. So if I don't get it, if I don't understand it, I'm pretty sure there's other people out there that don't get it and don't understand it. And so we get to watch this stuff kind of happen in front of our eyes. And we get to see the results of it. We get to see the ratings of it. We get to see the reaction to it. That is a gift. It is a real gift, because we are getting to see, well, if we do that, this is the result you get. If that happens, then this is what happens. And so rather than wondering and pondering about these things, we can actually see real life results. So it's fascinating. It is absolutely fascinating. Honestly, just, man, this whole thing has just been a whirlwind, and it's going to be so interesting moving forward and seeing how it all unfolds. So, yeah, I said in that video, there's a whole mixture of emotions. You know, there's disappointment, there's excitement, there's happiness. And I'm pleased for him. I mean, he was so excited. You know, if you're a fan of Edge, like considering not that long ago, he was injured and seriously injured as well. And it didn't look like he was ever going to compete again. To see him sat there with a smile on his face that honestly, you'd need a sandblaster to remove. Like you go, oh, fair play, you know, fair play. I'm pleased for him. I only wish him all the best. So I'm pleased for him, and that he's made a decision that's right for him and right for his family. And, you know, I'm pleased for him, and I'm pleased that he's happy, and I'm pleased that he's excited. But there's fascination in there. There's confusion in there. There's disappointment in there. There's like a whole mess of emotions. It's a pretty wild ride, but it's fascinating to watch. It's fascinating to pick apart. So It should be really fun. It should be really fun as we continue watching this thing unfold. Adam Copeland, the person, said why he was in AEW. Adam Copeland, the character, has not said why he's there, says Jim. Mike said, I think Edge being on AEW is going to pull a lot of people and ratings. Mm-hmm. I think they gave it away for free because it's an easy commercial for those two shows using Edge. Well, I feel like you can advertise him on those shows without giving the information away, you know? I kind of feel like what people would be tuning in for is to know why he's there, is to know what's going on. And I sort of feel like that information has been given away. If I wasn't an AEW fan and I wasn't going to be watching on Wednesday anyway, I genuinely don't know if I would feel the need to tune in. I genuinely don't know. It might be one of those that I don't need to watch it live. I can always catch it, like, YouTube clips or something, find out what people have, what it was that got said, because a lot of the big questions that I have been answered. I'm not really sat here with many questions. I'm not really sat here like the biggest question I've got is, why have you told me everything? That's the biggest question I've got. And the stuff about like the character stuff. I mean, honestly, what we're dealing with is much bigger than that. What we're dealing with is someone that's been a WWE lifer, if you will. Someone that even Kurt Angle just yesterday said he didn't expect Edge to go to AEW because he thinks he's a WWE lifer. Like, we're dealing with like the real situation. I think the character and all that kind of stuff, like, I don't know. I'm not sure people are tuning in for that part of things. I think people want to know why this has happened. Why did he leave WWE? Why has he gone to AEW? And, that kind of real stuff, not the kayfabe stuff. Still going to do a big rating. Of course it is. It's Edge. He's got a massive fan base. He's a massive name. This is going to get a lot of interest. But as I said, my confusion is that if you've got questions and you're wondering as to why things have happened, it's all out there right now. Those questions can be answered within the next 48 hours. I don't know what the reason is that you need to watch Dynamite for. I mean, feel free if you can think of a question that you want to know the answer to, right? Then from about Edge going in AEW, let me know what would be that question. What would be that question? Because I genuinely don't think I can think of one, because he is a face. We know that he's a face character. We know why he's left, because he wants to do more and WWE don't have him any more for him to do. We know that his first match is going to be on the 10th, so I don't even need to wait to find that out. We know that that's going to be a Tuesday. We know that it's against Luchasaurus, so we know that's happening. We know that there's a list of names that he wants to fight. He said this at the media scrum. Those names include Swerve, John Moxley got a mention, Ricky Starks. He said that this was the first time he'd been in a ring with Sting. He mentioned Samoa Joe. So, those are the kind of names. He said he looked down the roster and there was 14 names. And he's really excited. He's here to contribute. He's full-time as well. So he's going to be this week on Dynamite and Collision. Don't know if that's going to be every week, but I'd imagine Tony's going to try and get the most out of him. He's clearly involved in this storyline with Darby and Sting and Christian and Luchasaurus and Nick Wayne. So this is the first story that he's in. Would he like to win the AEW World title? I'm sure he would. I'm sure he would. Beth, the question was asked, will Beth come in? And he said that he doesn't know the answer to that one, but he said that anytime he can work with her is obviously really exciting. And he said that at the moment she's going to have a role where she's going to be his sounding board. So he's going to be able to throw ideas and bounce off ideas off of her. And he said, so for now that'll be her role. But long term, we're not sure. It doesn't seem like there's any plans at the moment, but it wouldn't be a surprise. It really wouldn't be a surprise. I would imagine that this very much opens the door for her. But I don't, that ain't an answer that I'd be expecting on Wednesday, Although maybe that would be maybe if Beth did come walking down with him on Wednesday, that would be like a surprise and that would be like a significant thing. But he said on the media scrum that at the moment he's not sure on that one. So I wouldn't say there's anything for her right now. If there was a female that was in that kind of feud, then you'd be looking at it going, oh, Beth could get involved with her. But at the moment, this feud is only involving guys. So unless we're going to do Nick Wayne against Beth, not sure there's really much there for her at the moment. But I wouldn't be surprised if she did come in eventually. I don't know. I just find myself not really with any questions. Let's see if anyone does have any. But best Eminem song, says Mitchell. Okay, well, that would be a question, definitely. That would be a question. I would tune into Wednesday to see what his answer to that would be. I mean, for me personally, it's probably Lose Yourself, but he has got quite a lot of hits. A lot of people enjoy Rap Gods. So, do you think we will get Tommy Fury versus Logan Paul? We could ask him that. This would be good, actually. When he walks out on Dynamite, just throw it out to the crowd. And it could be like, do you think we get Logan Paul against Tommy Fury? And if so, how do you think Jake will feel about it? And we can like fire questions at him that way. That would be good, actually. That would be good. Kian said, hope you're having a good stream, having a good day. What are your predictions for night's Raw? What are my predictions for tonight's Raw? So I think that... Well, my predictions are that the rumor is we're going to be getting a title match. I think that would be the Intercontinental. I don't think they would give the world title match away. If we get the Intercontinental, don't know. Don't know if we get a new champ. There's a chance we could, because I think WWE would want to push the Edge news kind of down a bit. So Gunther against Tommaso Ciampa. Maybe we get a contract signing. Maybe there's a brawl. Maybe it's just there's no time to wait. Let's do it now, and something along those lines. But this came from Better Wrestling Experience, who have been proved to be right quite a few times now. Said that there looks to be a big surprise title match that was meant to be taking place this weekend happening tonight. So something to get excited about. We know that Becky is out of her match with Tegan Nox, so my prediction would be Tegan Nox is going to have a match against someone else. Nia Jax against Shayna Baszler. Surely you put Nia over because she's come in. We're making her look like a monster. I'm guessing Nia wins. Drew McIntyre is going to explain himself on Miz TV. Again, love it. And then Xavier Woods against Ivar. I'm guessing Ivar wins. I don't know. I feel like Ivar should win that. But that could go either which way. So that's what's been announced so far. Not really loads to predict, unfortunately. The bigger news is definitely the Edge situation. Do you think CM Punk will come back to WWE? I don't know. No. I said that I didn't think Edge would go to AEW, and he did. So I can be wrong. But my feelings on the CM Punk situation haven't changed. The Edge situation doesn't affect how I feel about the CM Punk situation. Because with the CM Punk situation, he has got, he had opportunity to go back. He left in 2014. He was out of that company 7 years and never went back. And I never even saw word that he was close to returning. So, he ended up going into AEW. And then, obviously that's turned sour. Has it turned sour to the point where he now wants to get back at them by joining WWE? He wants to help their rival or something? Like, I don't know. I don't know that that's how it's going to work for him. He obviously made that comment about, I'm free for the next couple of months kind of a thing. And that got people interested. He could just be trolling. I really don't know that comment is a comment that we can take that serious. So I certainly don't look at that and go, oh, yeah, he's definitely coming in. it's in Survivor Series is in Chicago. He said that he'll be there in a couple of months, or that he's free for the next few months. That's going to coincide. Like, it doesn't make me think that, because there's so many comments and so much stuff that's said online that's not true, and that's teasing and trolling and fake. And it's one of those where you can't put much stock in that. So for me, I look at their relation. I look at the facts. And the facts are he left in 2014. He didn't go back in 7 years, right? That's a long time, man. That's a long time. That shows you how bad that relationship is, right? So the fact that he's now left AEW only puts us back to where we were during that 7-year period. Like, he wasn't signed with any other wrestling company during that 7-year period, but he still never went back. So now we've gone back to just where we were. Now he's free. He's not signed to anyone. And there's plenty of reports that people in WWE don't like him. And why has he just left AEW? He's just left AEW because of backstage drama. He's just left AEW because he couldn't work with the locker room, and he was ruining morale and like getting into fights and getting suspended. Are WWE really that desperate that they would look at that situation and go, we need him. We need him. Do you know what we need? Drama. We need drama. So I don't know, man. If I'm WWE, he ain't showered himself in glory. He's a big name. He would certainly be a short-term boost, and you could do loads of great matches. But long-term, difficult, because long-term, he could be a boost, but he could also be a massive liability, couldn't he? Long-term, I can't say what he would do, because he could easily cause drama in WWE. I said this before. If you bring CM Punk in, you have to know what you're dealing with, and what you're dealing with is a problem. You have to know that. If you go in thinking everything's going to be rosy, everything's going to be okay, then you're making the exact same mistake as Tony Khan. Like we said, you've got to be aware of what you are getting with CM Punk. You are getting someone very opinionated, someone very argumentative, someone who doesn't suffer fools, will, stand his ground. He'll stand up to Vince. He'll speak his mind. And, that rubs people up the wrong way. People have to tread carefully, or either that, or if they get into a confrontation with him, it can get quite fiery. Like, it's difficult. And you'd have to know about that difficulty when you're bringing him in. So it's not as simple as like CM Punk's free, and so now he can go to WWE. Like, it's not quite as simple as that, because it was that way for 7 years as well. Like, when he left in 2014, so much bad blood that, he didn't go back. He worked on their backstage WWE show, which was an amazing surprise. But I think technically he was a Fox employee. He was signed to Fox. So he was doing like a WWE backstage. He wasn't around like Triple H or any of those kinds of people. He was in a studio with like Saraya and Renee. It's a bit weird, actually. I saw a picture of WWE backstage show, and it had CM Punk, Renee Paquette, Saraya, and Samoa Joe. And you looked at that and you went, whoa, that is mental, isn't it? That is mental. Basically, Tony Khan's recruitment process was you a presenter on WWE backstage? And if the answer is yes, then he hires you, because all of them made their way to AEW. That's mental. So, yeah, look, this is one of those where you go, and I don't like sitting on the fence, and I'm not going to change my approach to that, right? Because I don't think it would make very fun streams, all right? So I'm going to continue to either pick a side. I'm going to continue to share my opinions and say which side I think that I'm sitting on. And where I'm sitting on with CM Punk, so I don't expect him to go back to WWE. So, we'll see, won't we, at Survivor Series? But yeah, what the Edge news has done is it has shown anything is possible. Anything is possible. Because I also thought that he was going to be a WWE lifer. But if you read his tweets and saw what he actually said, I feel like it's WWE that need to take a lot of WWE fans' frustration. There's a lot of people calling him a traitor, right? There just is on social media. And those are WWE fans that feel disappointed and betrayed. And I would just say to those people, just have a read of what he said, because it certainly implies that he was willing to do more with them, but they didn't feel the same. He said that he wanted to do more. They didn't have much more for him. And so he said he felt like they'd outgrown each other. So I sort of look at that and think, well, I suppose there's no guarantee if they did have more that he would have stayed. He may have ended up going anyway. But equally, it doesn't strike me that WWE did everything in their power. It doesn't strike me that WWE did everything they could to keep him. I think they did so much, and I don't think they went far enough. You know, he wanted certain, I think, guarantees of being used, and it's just crazy, isn't it? I mean, I think the company are looking at the future stars. I think they're looking at Gunther. I think they're looking at Theory. I think they're looking at Grayson Waller. I think they're prioritizing trying to get them TV time. And I think someone like Edge would have been used, but would have been used sparingly. And that's not, with the time he's got left in his career, that's not what he wants to do. So I think the shock of him going to AEW is one thing, but I think if you actually read what he was saying, you know, it's hard to not feel sorry for him, actually. And rather than calling him a traitor, I would just say to WWE fans, think of it more that WWE didn't do everything they could to keep him, you know? Think of it more that, you know, maybe he didn't betray them. Maybe they sort of betrayed him. So he's not a traitor in my eyes. He's not a traitor in my eyes. It's more a case of WWE, I think, should have done more. So, yeah, it's the disappointment I feel, I suppose, is that WWE didn't do more, because I think there was more there for him. I think a lot of people, when he came back in 2020, wanted to see him win a world title. I think a lot of people wanted to see him win a world title, and he never did when he came back. So, you know, that belt that Seth has got, that could have been Edge's at some point. I'm sure we could have found a way to have got that title onto Edge. My guess is Triple H has probably got a plan for the belt, probably knows what the next 2 years looks like, you know, probably knows that Seth's going to drop it to Shinsuke or will drop it to Gunther. Gunther's going to hold it till this date. The person that will beat him will be this. He's probably got a rough plan, and that plan probably doesn't involve Edge. So if you know that Edge isn't in the picture, then I suppose it's hard to factor him in, isn't it? But a lot of people wanted to see him win a world title. A lot of people wanted to see him against Gunther. I don't think we ever got that match. But Edge against Gunther on like a pay-per-view would have been just amazing. Well, it could have been amazing. Love to have seen that. And then you got just plenty of young talent that's coming through. I mean, we know Ilya Dragunov's on the way. We know Bron Breakker's on the way. Bron Breakker against Edge would be a great match as well. So I don't think that there wasn't anything there for him. I don't think he'd completed WWE. I know he said that he'd like done a lot of stuff there, and certainly he has, you know. Certainly he has. But the thing with WWE is there's always new matches, there's always new superstars, there's always new stories. It's a never-ending soap opera. And so I think if WWE had tried harder, I think they could have found something juicy for him. But then maybe he looked at AEW and thought, well, as good as Gunther is, it's not quite the Kenny Omega match that I dream of, or it's not quite the MJF match that I dream of, or it's not quite the match with Christian that I would love to have one more time, or you know what I mean? So yeah, it's people are pretty messed up on it. I did a poll on Twitter, and I think it was something like, I think it was like 60% of people were excited about the news. I think 10% of people were confused. I think about 15% were disappointed. And then I think it was about 15% or however much was all of the above. So there's a real mixture of feeling that's out there. The vast majority, 60% being excited for him and being excited about the situation. But I think it's important to remember that just because this news kind of works for you in your life, it might not work for other people and their lives. Like, not everyone is able, like, I'm not able to watch Collision. So if he's going to be based on Collision, he's going to be the CM Punk replacement. I ain't going to see him. I ain't going to see him, because that means that once a month, the WWE Premium Live event's going to go up against it. Once a month, the UFC show is going to go up against it. Any big boxing events like the Jake Paul fights or Tyson Fury or, you know, any of that stuff will go up against it. Like, Saturday is a really bad day, and not just for me. For a lot of people, Collision did over, 300,000. You know, you compare that to Dynamite, which does over 800,000. That's 500,000 people that aren't watching Collision that do watch Dynamite. So Saturdays are a really difficult day for people to tune in. If he's going to be doing key stuff on that show, I ain't going to see it. It's not going to, it doesn't work for me. So, do you know what I mean? If you are someone that can watch Collision or does watch Collision and Dynamite, and that works for you, and you could watch WWE as well, then I'm sure, like, you do feel excited. But that's not the life that everyone has. That's not the same experience that everyone else has. So I can understand why for some people it is disappointing, because it means that they might not get some of the matches they were hoping for, like him against Gunther or him against Bron Breakker or whoever, what else, him getting a WWE World title. Not going to get that now. And also, he may be featuring on a show that people can't watch. And so not only is there a bit of disappointment there, but there's also disappointment in the fact that, as I said, it's disappointing WWE didn't do more to keep him around. I'm disappointed in WWE as well for not doing more to try and keep him around. So it's a whole mixture. I'd be lying if I was to tell you that I'm only feeling excited about it, because I'm not. I'm a whole mixture of emotions, and we kind of went through that in that video earlier. I thought it was a good video, and I still stand by, as I said, every word in it. Rivy, shout out to you. Said, how's it going, Days? I hope all is well. I'm good, thank you, but I am good. Obviously, we're just digesting the news coming through about Edge going over to AEW. I am conscious of not just talking about that, but it is going to be a very difficult subject to move on from. But we will get into the chat, and we will see what people are talking about, and if there is any non-Edge stuff that we can turn our attention to. But I do want to look at the reactions to the news that Edge has come over to AEW. So we will do that in 1 second. I'm going to get to Elliot, though. WWE gave Edge the perfect send-off. It rounded the story off in a positive way. He gets probably CM Punk level money, works less dates. WWE moves on, says Elliot. Elliot, shout out to you. Appreciate the support, my friends. WWE moves on. Edge moves on. AEW moves on. And it is very true that I think a lot of the fans will also move on. You know, it's just that the news is obviously the biggest news at the moment. So it's certainly right that it's getting a little bit of focus at the moment and a bit of a focus today. But moving on is a very good theme to focus on. But before we do look to move on, let's just read this backstage reaction, shall we? So this was on Fightful Select 16 hours ago, so I don't feel like I'm being moody with them by sharing this information. I'm sure it's already out there. Don't like doing it when it just drops. I think that is moody, because this is how they make their money, isn't it? It's behind a paywall. But 16 hours ago, I think it's all right. So here we go. Edge will now be known as Adam Copeland in All Elite. Fightful has spoke to a number of sources within AEW, which have unanimously positive reception to Copeland joining the company. Okay, so AEW are happy. Breaking news. In addition to being full-time in AEW, we're told that Copeland will have a significant presence within the company and has expressed his willingness to help in a variety of capacities. Something else, actually. He was going on at the media scrum about being so excited to be there for the younger talent. Really like, here's my number, call me, text me. I've got 30 years experience. I want to share it. Like, if I was a wrestler, I'm reaching out to him, definitely, because I didn't sense any hesitation there. It really seems like something that he is very passionate about, is that sharing that knowledge that he has. Maybe WWE could have done something with that as well. Not made him a trainer, but I don't know, more behind the scenes stuff for him to have occupied himself with. But it seems like AEW are definitely going to look to use him in a variety of capacities. One longtime AEW talent said that Copeland spoke about Copeland filling the gap that CM Punk had left behind, and that he'll be helpful, and not because of any issues internally. The person did reiterate that Punk himself had been helpful to many in the company as well. Regarding his theme, WWE never held exclusive rights to the song. However, there was some surprise that WWE had let Rated R Superstar trademark lapse, didn't bother to renew it when it became clear that he was going to leave. Some within WWE said it was obvious at the start of the summer that Edge wouldn't return. One AEW talent said that they were not officially clued in, but that it was the worst kept secret in wrestling. See, I disagree. I don't think it's the worst kept secret. There was nothing that had leaked out saying he was definitely going to be there. I mean, they couldn't even sell out the venue or Wrestle Dream. My understanding is that, you know, a few hours before the show started, there was still about 500 tickets left. And that was only 6,000, something that was made of. You're honestly telling me if this was the worst kept secret in wrestling, that they couldn't have sold out that venue or opened up more sections and sold more seats for the arrival of Edge? I mean, there was people complaining about the fact that it was another show that was going to cost them $50. Would people have complained as much if they knew for certain Edge was going to be on that show? Because I was sat there during the main event not having a clue. So maybe it was the worst kept secret backstage, but it never came out. They never leaked it that it was a done deal. It was definitely happening, right? It was never something that was ever categorically, this is happening, it's done, it's signed. I never saw that. I never saw that report. So it's very interesting if it was the worst kept secret backstage that was kept quiet, you know? Shades of Brody Lee, you know? Everyone knew about Brody, but never said a word. Shades of Brody Lee. Better shades, though. That was bad shades. Right, we've got including worst kept secrets. Sources that had worked with Copeland spoke as if it was a fact before his last match. Many were not told in an official capacity until after that. Throughout this weekend, WWE and AEW talent started speaking very matter of fact about the possibility of Copeland joining. Copeland was kept somewhat hidden, but admitted that he popped out to hang out with Darby and get some food. He said that at the media scrum. WWE sources we spoke to claim that Adam Copeland has left on good terms, and he will be welcomed back if ever he returns. The overwhelming consensus was positive within AEW and happy for him from WWE. So there we go. That's not really too much there, to be honest. stuff that has kind of come out in the media scrum and things that I have seen throughout the day. So that's probably where it came from. Right. Wacky races. Let's go. People talking about cartoons. Gotta bring Gangrel back and have all the Brood members reunite, says Daniel. Let's go up. X-Files was amazing, says LA Don't Days, I've been hearing you saying that Tony Khan said it was a war, but didn't Triple H start this with the Hall of Fame speech, says Real Kyle. Both sides in that video, as I said, both sides have played a part in it. I don't think it was started by Triple H. I think that was a continuation, because I think if you go back before that, didn't Cody break the throne? So when Cody came out at, was it their very first show? His entrance featured Triple H's throne, and he got a sledgehammer of all weapons to break the throne, right? And kind of send out a bit of a message. And so you can point towards that. I'm sure we could go back before that as well with certain little tweets and comments like this. Unfortunately, is something that was going back and forth between the two companies, or going all the way, like, throughout. I think Triple H's comments were that it was a Piant company, right? And at the Hall of Fame. So as I said in that video earlier, there's blame on both sides for this being heated up as a war, right? At no point in that video that I did earlier did I say it was only Tony's fault or AEW's fault. Like, rewatch it, and I do not say that, right? So it was on both sides. My point is that for Edge to come out and say, "Can't we all just be friends?" If you're someone that focuses on the letters of the company more than just the fact it's wrestling and it's fun, then you're a bit weird. Yeah, I just don't know what world he's living in. I mean, there's so much stuff that's gone on between these two companies. For him to come out and go, "Guys, why are we fighting? What's going on?" Like, if he'd have come out and said, "I know stuff has been said in the past." If he had come out and said, "I know that there's been like things that have been said and big arguments between these two companies, but I really want to just kind of bring everyone together. I want this to be a new start." I've got nothing but respect for that. I actually think that's what should be said. I actually think that it's the toxicity. It is probably in everyone's benefit that it settles down, and that it's not as tribal, and that it's not as toxic, and it's not as fiery, right? So coming in and like settling it down, I'm all for it. I'm absolutely all for it. I've got no problem with that whatsoever. My problem is when you come in and act like it's the fans that are the weird ones for like this being a war and being tribal and everything. Like, when, saying, just be a fan of wrestling, and, why are you so focused on the letters? It doesn't matter. It's all wrestling. It's all good. We're here to have a good time. It's like, come on, man. You got Triple H saying comments at the Hall of Fame. You got Tony Khan saying this is a real war as early as February earlier this year, right? There's stuff about contract tapping up and like legal issues between them. I remember Tony ranting at a media because hadn't WWE put a show up against his show, and he was like ranting about what WWE had just done. So this isn't just even sources say that Tony is. I've seen Tony ranting about WWE on a media scrum, right? So the idea now that it's like, oh God, you fans, why are you all so weird? Why are you acting this way? Well, I'll tell you why they're acting this way. Because the people in charge have fired them all up. That's why. So I think his message was off. I think his message was wrong. I think he was trying to do something good and something positive, but it just made him look like a douche to me. I didn't like the delivery of the message. Don't like seeing him go after fans and tell them to go take a walk and touch grass and all this kind of stuff. Who the hell does he think he is? Saying all these kinds of things when it's the people in charge that have fired up the fan bases, that have made this a war, that have only made this what it is. You know, they could have poured water on this so many different times. So many different times they could have put this fire out. So many different times they could have lowered the temperature. Tony could have said repeatedly, we love what WWE do. Nothing but respect for WWE. They are the market leaders. They are trailblazers. You know, if we can just get a piece of the pie, we're not after the pie, but if we can just get a little piece of the pie and carve out our own niche, then, you know, we're very much looking to do that, you know, but it's nothing but respect. There could have been a lot of respect shown in both directions. WWE could have done the same with AEW, but it's been zero respect. There's been no respect between the two companies. So to come in now trying to play peacekeeper and blaming the fans for it it just didn't sit right with me. It still doesn't sit right with me. It's a lovely idea. It's a lovely notion. It's a nice message that was really badly delivered. So I think that, as I said in that video, which I really love that video, I think the reason that he's doing this is because I think he does want to remove the toxicity and he does want to make wrestling just something everyone can enjoy and stop being so tribal, right? Lovely message. But I also think he's trying to speak to the WWE fans that don't watch AEW, and he's trying to say to them, doesn't matter that it's not a WWE ring, it's still a ring, and I'm still me, and I'm still going to do the great stuff that you remember me for. So come and watch me. Come and watch me over at AEW, because anyone that says that you shouldn't because it's an AEW ring, they're weirds. They're weirds. Right, they need to go and take a walk. They've lost a grasp of reality, right? So ignore them. Listen to me. It's fine that I'm in AEW. Come and watch me. If you haven't watched AEW, come and watch me. It's fine. And don't forget, if anyone tells you that it's weirds and that they're weirds, if they tell you that I'm wrong. And so, I'd much rather the honest approach. And the honest approach is, yeah, it's been toxic. And there's been things said on both sides. And this should never have got to the temperature that it is. But let's start working together to bring it down, right? I just think that's such a better message. It doesn't blame anyone. Like no one's, well, it does. It puts the blame where it should be. And that's on the people in charge of these companies that fired this thing up in the first place, when this whole thing could have been a lot more respectful. So, yeah, as I said in that video, there's stuff in there. There's 4 tweets that he puts out. The first 2 tweets I really like. I think they're really respectful. Again, respect, it goes a long way. And they're really respectful. He speaks lovingly about his time in WWE, how he met his wife there, got to start a family, everything they've done for him, made him the man he is, given him this wonderful life. He's going to root for them and he's going to root for his friends. And you read those first 2 tweets and you go, respect, love this guy. What a great guy. Like, you probably like, what a great guy. Really respect him. And then you read the next bit, which is like, some of these fans are weird. They need to go and touch grass. You go, whoa, hang on, we've took a turn here, haven't we? We've took a turn, haven't we? And then the next bit didn't sit quite as right with me, because I think there was a better way of wording it, but it is what it is. And as we said, moving on. He's moving on. AEW moving on. WWE will move on as well later tonight. Trini said, how come Brian went to AEW and didn't feel the need to do all the drama, didn't insult anyone or play dumb? Well, do you know what? The Brian thing is really interesting, because there have been people going, why are people so upset about Edge, but they weren't as upset about Daniel Bryan? And I feel like we have already answered this on the streams, but it's a good one just to touch on again, because I think that's an easy one for people to go, oh, there's double standards or something. I don't even know quite how, but Daniel Bryan is someone that I think wants to be a wrestler. I mean, wants to really compete against, he wants to go to New Japan. He wants to compete against Okada. He wants to compete against Zack Sabre Jr. He wants to wrestle back on the indies and, kind of go back to the life that he had. And as we said, he was a massive, massive name on the indie scene. He was an indie darling. I mean, he was the Ring of Honor world champion, involved in absolute bangers. I mean, if you've never seen him against Nigel McGuinness and those Ring of Honor world championship matches from before when he was in WWE, they're legendary. And he had several feuds before joining WWE that were legendary. And so he joined WWE with a bit of fanfare. Like, he was someone that people were interested in seeing how's he going to adapt. Not everyone, plenty of people that hadn't heard of him, but there was a buzz around him, right? And so he came in with quite a bit of fanfare. And I think for him to have his experience in WWE and then leave and go back to that kind of indie world, that sort of makes more sense. It's sort of easier to accept because maybe rightfully or wrongfully, I was under the impression, and it seems like many others were under the impression, including, as we said, Kurt Angle, who just by chance happened to say the exact same thing about 24 hours ago, that Edge was a lifer. Edge was WWE. Like, we know that he was at WrestleMania 6. I'm sure he went to other shows, but we know that he was a fan, and he was a fan of, Hogan and like all of those guys coming through. And he spoke many times about this being his dream job and about how this is the place for him. I don't think that there was much sense that he had this burning desire to go outside of the WWE bubble. Like, I'm sure there were matches that intrigue him, but I didn't get the same impression with him as I did with Daniel Bryan, that he would want to go back out into that world. I suppose if you want to compare it to someone in the system right now, it would be like saying that Daniel Bryan would be like the Kevin Owens. If Kevin Owens was to leave WWE, I wouldn't be that surprised if he went to AEW, because Kevin Owens had made a name for himself, Kevin Steen, on the indie scene and had a fan base and had built himself up. If he went off to AEW, I would feel the same as I did when Daniel Bryan did. If Bianca Belair went to AEW, I would feel like I do for Edge, because Bianca Belair is someone who has come out of nowhere, been built up. I know that Edge did spend a little bit of time outside of WWE, but my understanding was it was quite limited. It certainly wasn't the same level as what Daniel Bryan had got to. And it had so long ago. I mean, you're talking going back to the 90s, whatever. I mean, there was just no indication that that was a world that he was going to return to or wanted to return to. But I think he sort of summed up why he did it in his tweets. And that was he wanted to do more, but WWE didn't have more. And so if you feel like you've still got something to give, and the company you've got, in negotiations with just don't have much for you to actually be able to give, then that's probably going to be a big contributing factor. So this is what I'm saying. Like, I think WWE have to take the lion's share of the blame on this, that they didn't find more for him to do. And I think it's really disappointing. I'm really disappointed in WWE. I don't see Edge as a traitor. I don't brand him as a traitor. I don't subscribe to that mentality. I think that, as I said, if it is a case that WWE didn't have more for him, I think that is disappointing. Some people might look at it and just go, well, do you know what? It's just circumstance in it. Because WWE have got so many superstars and they're bringing through so many people that there's only so much time and only so much programming. And so trying to find something for a 49-year-old who is a legend, is a Hall of Famer, and they would have found something for him. But to find something for him on a regular basis, when you've got people like Grayson Waller, Austin Theory, who you've got the next 20 years with, and who could be multiple-time WrestleMania main eventers. Those are and Gunther's coming through, and Bron Breakker's going to come through, and you've got Ilya Dragunov, and, you've got Carmelo Hayes, and you've got all these people that are coming through to commit to pushing Edge for the next 2 years or whatever on a full-time basis. maybe that just is not a commitment WWE could make. And so, like, for them, they didn't want to commit to something that they didn't think they could commit to. And Edge still wanted to compete at a full-time level. So maybe it's one of those where it just, like was said earlier, everyone has moved on, you know? Everyone has moved on. So AEW have moved on, Edge has moved on, WWE has moved on. The official words is that they're happy for him, right? And that the door is open. So again, I feel like I'm speaking to WWE fans. If you are down about it and you're feeling a bit moody about it, you're feeling a bit like, ugh, then WWE officially are happy for him and the door is open. I believe that. I believe the door's open. I don't think he's left on bad terms. I don't think it's going to be a case that if things went sour with AEW, he wouldn't be welcomed back. I think all of that is true. And I think all of that is still an option for the future. You know, could we see Edge in WWE again in the future? I mean, I don't know that we see him wrestle, but I think that certainly on those legend shows with him, like, you know, making an appearance or whatever, I think that's possible, you know, Raw 50 or something like that. I think there's definitely a chance that he could be in the background or, you know, come out and say a few words on the microphone. I mean, he is a legend, and he's given the fans cannot be ignored and shouldn't be ignored. So he is someone that I think has got a place very much in the hearts of WWE fans. I think that their affection for him might have took a little bit of a knock. Certainly a lot of talk on social media about how people are feeling about it. But yeah, those, I think the comments that kind of make me roll my eyes a bit are the ones that are like, oh, if you can't just be excited and happy, then you're not a real fan and all this kind of stuff. Like, not everyone's got the same life. Not everyone's got the same ability to watch Collision and Dynamite and keep up with him. Like he's left the shows that some people can watch, and they're the only shows some people do watch, because some people have got families and they've got other commitments, and they can find a few hours to watch wrestling, but they can't find enough hours to watch WWE and AEW. So if you're someone who your favorite wrestler was Edge, and you've got enough time in your week to watch and keep up with Raw, right? So yeah, you can watch Edge, I like Edge, and you enjoy watching Raw, and you haven't really got time for it. You don't even watch NXT, don't even watch SmackDown, maybe, right? But you can watch Raw. Well, all of a sudden now, like, he's gone to a different company, and that person might not be free to watch Dynamite, might not be free to watch Collision, and so their favorite wrestler, to all intents and purposes, has gone. So in a way, kind of like he's retired. You know, it could be like there's people out there in that situation. So people telling people in that situation to not be disappointed is, it's just a bit self-absorbed, isn't it? Like, everyone's got their own lives, and everyone's got their own commitments, and everyone's got their own kind of limits as to how much wrestling they can watch. So it's one of those. I think if people are disappointed, I get it. If people are excited, I get it. If people are confused, I get it. I think it's not an easy one to just go, everyone should feel this way, because no, that's not the world, is it? Not everyone feels the same way about anything in the world. So why would they feel the same way about Edge going to AEW? So, you know, it is what it is. I'm still very conscious that we're talking about this subject. Aaron, shout out to you, said, I found my match. Bryan Danielson, Zack Sabre Jr. is my favorite match I've ever seen. The counters and everything was so crisp. I will watch this lots. Aaron, shout out to you, my friends. Really glad you enjoyed it. I thought it was an excellent contest. I think you can always tell a match that is special, because when it ends, people say, oh man, it was good, but it was just a bit too short. And then you look at like how long it actually went for, and it was like 22 minutes. And it was, I think at that point, the longest match on the card. And you kind of go, wow, you know, they did something good then, didn't they? If they left the people wanting more after delivering what had been up to that point the longest match on the card. I think it's an excellent match. I think that it's amazing that wrestling like that can get the kind of reactions that that match was getting. I said as we were watching it at the time, like, yeah, it was crisp. The reversals were impressive. There was a sequence in there, one in particular I remember, where they were constantly like going over each other trying to get the pin, and they were constantly like trying to get out of each other's pins to then throw in another pin. And it was a lovely little like sequence where there was about 3 or 4 pin attempts in like I don't know, 2-3 seconds. They weren't getting like any kind of counts. They were just getting the shoulders down and then they're straight into another reversal. It was really crisp. It was really tight. It was really fascinating to watch. It was kind of like fascinating. You was watching 2 of the very best actually wrestling in 2023 in a ring, and the crowd were enjoying it. And it went 22 minutes. And the big criticism I saw is that it didn't go longer. So there is definitely a place for that in wrestling, and that is so relieving because, as someone that watches a lot of matches that have a lot of spots that just don't look great, people just waiting to be jumped on, or people just waiting for things to happen, or those big multi-person spots that have clearly been worked on backstage, and you just don't feel like you're actually watching a fight, and you don't feel like you're watching people competing to win a match. You feel like you're watching people doing a routine. It's like synchronized movements, right? It was like there was that one, wasn't there? I can't remember what match it was, but they were all 4 people were on the corners, and the opponents were down, and they were going for suplexes. So you had 4 people on the corners going for suplexes, and all of them suplexed to the right. Right? They didn't go into the middle, because if they'd gone in the middle, they all would have like collided into each other. But for some reason, they all instinctively knew to like hit their suplexes, but move over to the right. So it made this lovely pattern as they all did these synchronized at the same time suplexes. I mean, maybe backstage the conversation came up. If ever we find ourselves in a situation where we are all on a different corner about to do a suplex, remember, guys, go to the right. I mean, I don't know that that's a conversation that's ever going to come up. In my head, I have to believe that it did to try and justify it. But it just looks so synchronized, and it just looks so bony that I have to watch a lot of that. And not just AEW, WWE as well. There's plenty of spots that I see in WWE that makes me just shudder. I really want to watch 2 people that I believe are trying to beat each other, trying to outdo each other. It's why I love watching Ilya. It's why I love watching Gunther. It's why I love watching like those kinds of styles, and absolutely put Danielson against Zack Sabre Jr. in that category. And it's slightly different as well, because those other examples are people that are like using their physicality. Ilya is just intense. He's going to hit you with everything and anything, right? But these 2, it wasn't about power. It was about outmaneuvering. And that's actually something we don't see a great deal of in modern wrestling. So watching Bryan Danielson and Zack Sabre Jr. trying to like outmaneuver each other, that was fascinating to watch. And I agree, was a real treat, a real highlight from the Wrestle Dream card. So I actually really enjoyed the main event as well. I really enjoyed the main event, and Edge came out, of course, which is a proper OMG moment. And you got the Zack Sabre match. So there was a few bits on that Wrestle Dream card in the end. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that was the highlight of the card for me, because Christian was doing some godly work. Christian in AEW is so entertaining, so brilliant to watch. I think that if you haven't been watching Christian in AEW, like just watch some of his compilation videos and see how you feel about him and what the work he's been doing, because he is so entertaining. So I really personally enjoyed the main event as well. So I'm glad you enjoyed it, Aaron. I'm glad you enjoyed it, and I'm glad that people enjoyed it. Dark Angel said, during the Monday Night Wars, I was in high school. I had plenty of time to watch multiple wrestling shows on multiple channels. I'm 42 now. I don't have the same amount of time as I did then, says Dark Angel. Yeah, I don't think you're alone, to be honest. I don't think you're alone. And it's not only time either. It's like Edge's first match is going to be on at the same time as NXT. So it's not even about time. Like, there is going to be moments where you're going to have to make a choice. And I know what people are going to say. They're going to say, well, you could always watch one and record the other one, right? But you've then got to find the time to watch that recording. So like, that's going to be tricky to do. Because, you know, for example, I can watch NXT and record Dynamite, but I can't really play the Dynamite at the time that I would normally be watching it and do the watch along for it, because we ain't going to have anyone joining us because everyone's going to have seen it. So, do you know what I mean? Like, I could do that. I could do that where I watch NXT on the 10th and then just records the Dynamite show and then play it on the 11th when we would normally watch it. But no one's going to be able to watch it because I'm going to be watching a recording. And who's going to want to watch a show that's already aired and everyone knows what's happened? And like, so that watch along is gone, basically. The watch along for AEW on that week there isn't one because it's not on. It's on at the same time as NXT. So, you know, the other thing you could do is try and watch both shows, but I've done that in the past and it's rubbish. The thing with wrestling, and we learned this very much from doing that, the thing with wrestling is it's clearly not just about the results. It's not just about, right, this is the match this person won. You've got, you know, the little bits in the promos. You've got the little like moves that are in there. You've got the little like signs or like, you know, the little moments that get said. Someone botches. Like, did you see that botch? No, I didn't see the botch. I was watching AEW. And this is what happens when you try to watch two shows at the same time. Like, you might get the big picture of what matches happened and who won, but the little details, the little subtle looks, you know, sometimes like, you know, Finn will give Damien a dirty little look, or, you know, those kind of little moments, you're going to miss all those. You're not going to get those. And so you're not really getting a proper experience. You're not really going to be able to appreciate the show for what it is. So it's trying to watch two shows at the same time is just, I mean, you'll pick up on 50% from both shows, you know, and you'll miss out on the other 50%. So it's that's not ideal either, is it? So there is a problem there, definitely. A problem which I don't have a solution to. Like, I think that week we just won't be watching AEW. And I won't be able, I still can't watch Collision. It doesn't change me being able to watch Collision. It's not like we're going to start doing Collision. So I still can't watch Collision. So yeah, I feel you pain, buds. I feel your pain. Right. The Righteous are booked to be a pair of jobbers using a Wyatt cult gimmick, said Sekilla. But you should talk about Rocco's Modern Life, says Millennial. I love Rocco's Modern Life. I don't have the cup down here, unfortunately. That was always a weird cartoon, Rocco's Modern Life. I enjoyed watching it, and there was always some fun moments, but there was definitely moments and like a drawing animation style that felt a bit strange. It's a little bit like but not as strange as Ren and Stimpy. If you think about it, there were some twisted cartoons in the 90s. Like Rocco's Modern Life is like it's got like a story to it, but it's weird. It's weird, and like if the writers had all been on drugs, you'd go, yeah, that makes sense. And certainly someone was on something when they were writing Ren and Stimpy. Someone was on something when they wrote. Why my young mind, my young self was being exposed to such things, I really don't know. But yes, it was a cartoon that I grew up watching and really do love. I've got the DVDs, actually. There's they did release, I don't know if they released them in this country, in the UK, but I've been over to America, and you lot, back in the day, it's probably not that way so much now, but back in the day, you used to obviously get some box sets that we would never get. And I think you had things like Doug and Rocco's Modern Life, Hey Arnold. You know, you had some of those classic cartoons as like DVDs that we never got. So I was buying up bits as I was like finding them. I got like The Adventures of Pete and Pete on DVD from America. And I got, I think I've got Clarissa Explains It All. Do you know, I don't know on that actually. Oh, that's one that I might need to see if I do have. I might have Clarissa Explains It All. Yeah, I loved that as a kid. She was just like a girl that was like hanging out at home, and her best mate would used to climb through a window, and they would just go through life. And I was probably a bit younger than what she was, so it's just sort of interesting. And I really like that show. And The Adventures of Pete and Pete is goated as well. Lots of those old school Nickelodeon shows I've got warm feelings towards, many happy memories. So I'm always up for a conversation on those. Days, this is random. Let's go. I'm here for random. I think we've boxed off serious. Let's go random. I know you're British. Yeah, my whole life. Have you ever watched The Inbetweeners? Yes. It's one of my favourite series. If so, what did you think of it? Who was your favourite character? I watched The Inbetweeners. I got mixed feelings on The Inbetweeners. I think it's a fun show. I think that it's a good comedy show. It used to be on Channel 4. Very quotable. Very iconic as well, actually. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that came out of that which people like still quote. Like, friends and stuff like this. So I think that it's a good show. It's a show that I would happily sit down and watch. It's not a show that I ever find myself reaching for, though. It's not a show that, like, if I'm a little bit stuck, like, I've got a spare half hour, I go, do you know what? I'm going to put on an Inbetweeners. I never find myself doing that for whatever reason. Weird, because I've always enjoyed it. I don't really have any bad things to say about it. I just think that there are other comedies that I've preferred over the years. But it definitely made a splash. It was very, very well received. It's still highly quotable. I think favorite characters. I mean, I don't know if I can really go into that level of detail, but I would say that the first name that comes to mind would be Jay. He was always the prankster in that group. And the teacher as well, who I can't remember his name, but the tall teacher. He actually now has gone on to be the Taskmaster in a show that we have called Taskmaster. His name's Greg Davis. He was great in that. I really like him because he used to be a drama teacher, and he left that to pursue stand-up comedy and ended up getting a part in that show. And from there has then gone on to do other shows, and now is in one of my favorite shows. I mean, I love Taskmaster. If you've never seen Taskmaster, I'd highly recommend that. It's so successful. It's actually been done all around the world. So there's like a New Zealand Taskmaster, and I think they've done it in 20 other countries. I don't know that it's in America yet. But what they do is they get a load of comedians and they set them a task. And it could be as simple as get this balloon the furthest away from this location in an hour, right? And it could just be that. Like, they've got a balloon, they've got to get it as far away from where they are, and they've got an hour to do it. And you get 5 comedians and you give them the hour and you just watch what they do. And so some of them might just let the balloon go and let it drift off. Others might call a taxi, jump in a taxi, and be screaming at the driver to go, 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 go. Others might get on a bus, which could be quite funny because obviously the bus would keep stopping, and the comedian might be there with a balloon on a bus going, come on, So each episode, they've got about 5 different tasks that they have to do. They're real tasks and they really do them. And some of the results are absolutely, I mean, you're just crying, man. You're just absolutely crying. And it's been so successful. They've done it in New Zealand. They've done it in other countries as well. So if I had a spare bit of time, like there are other shows like say Taskmaster that I'd be reaching for over like the In-Betweeners, but still a very, very popular show, very successful show. And I would, recommend any of those if anyone's not seen them. Godfather So said, days always lifted, always dranked. Is the media scrum of Wrestle Dream worth watching? Called all the hoes tonight and they're busy. Poon Slayer needs a break. R.I.P. my tally. Very sore. Godfather So, shout out to you. Is it worth watching? Probably it's long, man. Didn't realise how long those media scrums are. I mean, they are not just half an hour. I don't even think they're an hour. They seem to just go on and on and on. Like they're really long. It's just bringing more and more people out. So, I mean, I would say, yeah, it's worth watching, but I don't know if it's worth watching now. Just because, was it worth watching? Definitely, because Edge was on it and he said loads. But a lot of that information is probably out there now. And Christian was like super interesting, fun to listen to. I did a little short of his back and forth with Brian Alvarez. That was great. I know that Darby was talking about Edge and had a few fun things to say. So, yeah, I mean, it's worth watching in the sense of there's some fun like things that get said. Any kind of key information, I think, is out there now, though. You know, it's a media scrum, so they spoke to the media, so the media have reported it. So it's out there. So I don't know that it's one that you need to really go back, sit down, get a cup of tea and work your way through. I think probably be good, actually, if someone was just to put together like a 15-minute highlight package of it. Because if someone had done that, like these are the moments you need to see from the media scrum, then I would say watch this video instead. Because, 15-minute video giving you everything you need to know from it is probably that would be the better way forward. So there you go. If you're struggling for ideas for content, maybe that could be a way forward, doing like a 15-minute recap of the press conference. Days talking on British comedy, said JS17. Would you rather binge In-Betweeners or Peep Show, and why? I would rather binge Peep Show than In-Betweeners. I think because I found that to be a bit funnier. I enjoyed the situations that they got themselves into. I think it felt... I suppose in a way both are quite similar, because actually I was going to say Peep Show feels like they were getting themselves in situations that could be quite real. Like you are basically looking at their lives through their eyes. That was the way that it was filmed. It's called Peep Show because like you see from their perspective. It's quite clever, actually. And so you're always looking at the action from someone's perspective. And so I think that style is very interesting. I think some of the situations they got themselves in were just, absolutely brilliant. And it was a show that I did used to watch and I did used to really enjoy. With In-Betweeners, it doesn't have that. Its presentation is a lot more, routine, a lot more standard. I don't think it's as clever with its presentation. I think, though, it goes a bit far. I would say it goes a bit further than what Peep Show does. So like Peep Show, you feel like you're watching a couple of people's lives, whereas with In-Betweeners, I think there's a little bit more exaggeration. And I probably, in general, have found that I've just enjoyed watching Peep Show more. Like I find that it just makes me laugh a little bit more. It's just a bit funnier, in my opinion, but there's probably not much in it. It's probably not much in it at all. It's not one that I'd go with Peep Show, but if someone went, no, I much prefer In-Betweeners, I'd be like, yeah, get it. I mean, what I would say is Father Ted beats them both. Father Ted definitely beats them both. And I'd say there's several comedies that beat them both. But if I had to put a name down as to something that was from this side of the pond, I would say... I'll take Father Ted over both of them. Big Time said Brian's last WWE match was April 2021 against Roman, and he did the job. The deal expired on May 1st, and he told WWE he was taking a 4-month break before joining. Edge didn't do a job and then signed for them fresh off a run. yeah, maybe it's a good point. Maybe that was a little. Maybe that's another factor that has kind of upset people. I mean, I've always said I'm a big believer that you like lose your last match. It's a bit of a tradition in wrestling, which I think is a nice tradition. You don't need to go over in your last match. What benefit is there? Like, you know, you don't need momentum. You don't need a push. But you know, why win your last match? So we had a conversation about, was Edge right to win against Sheamus? And I was like, well, if it was his last match, then for me, he should have lost it. But I could understand him not knowing at the time if it was. So, you know, at the time, he might not have made his mind up. He might not have known. I think if he did know that he was going to go to AEW at that point, and he knew that, right, this is it. I think it's a bit off to beat Sheamus, to be honest. The person that brought you in, you're repaying him by having, you know, a good match, really good match, but beating him. And like Sheamus now has got to find a way of like rebounding from that, if you will. And Edge gets to leave with momentum. I think if he knew that he was going, I don't know that he did. He might not have known, right? I'd like to think he didn't. But if he did know that he was going to go to AEW at that point, I think that is a bit moody now. I think that is a bit moody. But I don't know that he did. I don't know that he did. So maybe there is something in that has also upset people. Maybe, I don't know. There's a few too many unknowns there for me. I don't know that he knew at that point. And if he didn't know, then I can't really blame him for taking the win and then taking his time to think about it, you know? You could make the argument that if you didn't know, then you could have lost and gone away and thought about it. And then at least Sheamus wouldn't have took the L there. Because it's one of those, isn't it, that people get upset if you say wins and losses don't matter. Right? If you say to people wins and losses don't matter, they get upset. Do you remember, who was it that said that? It was Road Dogg. Road Dogg said wins and losses don't matter. And there was this massive backlash. What do you mean wins and losses don't matter and all this kind of stuff? But it's funny because if you then talk about this subject and talk about Edge winning that match or not, all of a sudden people are like, who cares? It doesn't matter if he won or if he lost. So like, you can't flip him win, can you? You can't win. Either wins and losses matter or they don't matter. So I think for me, like, if he knew he was going, I think, yeah, that's moody, man. But I'd like to think he didn't. And so it is what it is. Boomer said, have you heard that Naomi's former tag team partner and former WWE star Cameron is starting her own wrestling promotion, Pound Town Wrestling? Is that what it's called? Pound Town. That's where we go and get like flipping £1 dusters, £1 bleach, £1 toy cars. Come on down to Pound Town, where everything is a pound. Pound Town Wrestling makes it seem proper bargain basement. Pound Town Wrestling probably works a lot better in America where you have dollars, but here in the UK we have pounds, so it would be like calling it Dollar Town Wrestling. Dollar Town Wrestling. Come on down to Dollar Town. Everything is a dollar. It doesn't make any sense to not come down to Dollar Town. You can have that for free. It's the name of it. Pound Town sounds X-rated. Let's go. Pound Town. Well, all I'm going to say is if she is going to look at international expansion, there may be a few jokes that are made about that name when she comes over to the UK. So I don't know. I don't know what her ambition is. Her ambition might just be to stay regional. But I wish her all the best. I agree as well. It does sound X-rated. It sounds cheap and X-rated. And I'm not going to say that sums up Cameron. I'm not going to say that because that would be moody and that would be mean. But cheap and X-rated is the vibes I get from Pound Town Wrestling. Well, God bless her. God bless her. I wish her all the best. I wish her all the best. She might be able to get Edge. Kian said, Only Fools and Horses is the goated British comedy gold. Nothing else is better. Hard to argue. Hard to argue. I think there might be some that maybe came after it had finished, like grew up after it had ended. And so for them, they might not have that same nostalgia towards it. I mean, for me, growing up, Only Fools and Horses was the biggest show on TV at Christmas. Like 20-odd million people would watch it, which if you think we're only a country of 60-odd million, that's like 1 in 3 people, right? And it was probably more than that if you think of families going around each other's houses. Probably hard to actually gauge how many people were watching it. It could be as many as half the country would tune into it, right? I mean, we're talking like Super Bowl numbers. So you're talking about one of the biggest shows in the history of UK television. And it was a sitcom. It was so funny, absolutely brilliant. It is regarded as GOAT status when it comes to British sitcoms. Ran in the 80s into the mid-90s, kind of ran for that kind of 12, 15-year periods. And it was, brilliant. There was about, I don't know how many series, about 10 series, maybe a few less. Lots of specials, Christmas specials and things. I'd say if you've never seen an episode of Only Fools and Horses, check it out. It may look dated now. I mean, we are talking about a show from, well, season 1 could be as old as 40 years ago now, you know? So it's probably dated. But it still holds up, man. My brother still watches it and absolutely loves it. Absolutely loves it. But there'll be people that will come in with like The Office, or there's people that love Fawlty Towers, or there's people that love Blackadder, or people that love In-Betweeners, or people that love, I don't know, would Father Ted count? I mean, that's more Irish, really, isn't it? I think there was some like British involvement in it, but I think Ireland probably get that one. Same as Derry Girls, which is also, I don't know, actually, I think that might be like a mixture of Irish and British, but that got rave reviews recently, and it is very good. Derry Girls, that was a more recent one. So I love Father Ted. I love Men Behaving Badly. I mean, that one, I think if you used to do a top 50 would feature in best British sitcoms of all time. I think Men Behaving Badly would definitely get in there. That might have dated not very well now. It was about 2 lads in a flat in the 90s. So might not have aged that well. But I watched an episode not long ago. Absolutely loved it. So, yeah, there's a lot of British sitcoms that I've enjoyed over the years. But to be honest, we're nothing on at the moment. I can't think of a single British sitcom that I watch now. I can't think of anything that I watch. A lot of love for Gavin and Stacey, you know, with what's his name? The late night talk show. Oh, Corden, James Corden. He was in it. I never watched it, so I can't tell you if he was any good, but I've seen clips of it and he seems good. He seems funny. The script seems good and people loved that show. So as annoying as James Corden is, I think he was very good in that show. So, yeah, there's been a lot of great British sitcoms over the year. But, I mean, let's not even get started on the great American sitcoms as well, because America certainly more than holds its own on that conversation. Mr. Unfamiliar said, I like Robot Wars, but we should do Celebrity Robot Wars, where celebs pilot deadly robots whilst being asked questions, kind of like Hot Ones, but more robots. Let's go. Bunker said Dragunov is Panthro. Becky is Cheetrar. Lion-O, Kenny Omega. What is this? What's this? Masters of the Universe. Used to watch that as a kid. Can't remember much about it now. Miss Clown, shout out to you, said, I love Men Behaving Badly. Well, you could have been in it. That's right up your street. That's right up your street. Days, do you think we see Jade Cargill tonight? Don't know, but there was a really good point that got made on the stream last night. Maybe that's why they've made such a big deal out of Jade Cargill. Was like because they knew the Edge news was coming, so they wanted to be shouting about something as well. Because that was something else I never got. I never understood that either. Never understood why they were making such a big deal out of Jade when, I don't know, like she's coming from a, I don't know, like a family. She's coming from a, I don't know, like a a promotion that's getting like 800,000 views. And they really, really were shouting about the fact that they'd managed to sign this girl. And I was like, does it not send the message that AEW has like got some good going on? Does it not? If you're a WWE, are you not basically telling your fans like, we've gone and got someone really special? She's coming from AEW. Like that sends a message to me that AEW have got some really special things happening, which they do. They've got some great stuff going on. But if I'm WWE, do I want to send that message? So that didn't make much sense at the time, but now makes a bit more sense because it could be that WWE wanted to make sure they got the message out. Yeah, they might have got Edge, but we got Jade Cargill, which I'm not sure that's a fair comparison right now. I know there's a lot of excitement that she could go on to be a monster star, and you know we could certainly get more out of Jade than like from a time period. Then I think AEW will be able to get out of Edge, but there's no guarantees that she's going to, you know, fulfill that potential. There's plenty of busted prospects in the history of wrestling. So she's a prospect. She's a prospect. She's someone with great potential. And I'm sure WWE are going to go all out to unlock that potential. It's going to be very interesting to see how they go about doing that. So will she be on the show tonight? I don't like sitting on the fence, as I said. I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no because I think, I mean, there is a chance she comes to the main roster, but I think I would probably have her make her debut at Fastlane, like this close to Fastlane, which is this weekend, and we're doing it. I think I would have her make her debut there. So I don't think I'd bring her out here, and I don't think I'd be putting her in a match at Fastlane. So that would make me... I might have a graphic saying that she will be at Fastlane, or I might have something to get you to tune in to Fastlane. I might do something. I might make it obvious that she's going to be there. Maybe a mystery partner type situation, you know? Maybe I'll do something like that. And then, you know, it turns out to be Jade Cargill, maybe in a tag match and something along those lines. People can speculate who it's going to be. Because don't forget that now is going up against an Edge segment. Edge is going to be on Collision. So they are going to need to raise the stakes there even more. They're going to need to have something. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know that I'd ever bring her out here on this show. I think you could certainly tease something, though. But, yeah, I'm going to say no. But she could. She could. But I bumped into the main girl from Derry Girls when I was in Ireland, says Mick. Did you? That's cool. That's really cool. I like Derry Girls a lot. I wish there was more comedies that were informative. Like Derry Girls is... I find Ireland to be a very, 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 very interesting place. Very, very interesting because obviously there's a lot of history, a lot of troubles. There's a lot of... differing opinion. It's a place which I only know very little about, to be honest. I don't know loads about Ireland and the troubles and all that kind of stuff. And so for me, watching Derry Girls, which is all about kids growing up during those troubles, there was definitely moments in there where you just find out a few things. And you're kind of seeing them from their perspective. So, it's a comedy, it's funny, but there is definitely some stuff in there that makes you, see maybe from a different perspective and learn a few things. And I think that it was ticking a lot of boxes, Derry Girls. It was hilarious. It was funny. It was informative. It was incredibly written. And, I loved it. I loved watching it. It's finished now. Not doing anymore. It's a real shame, but I'd love it if we was to take that approach with some other subjects as well, and things that we could learn on as well. So yeah, brilliant. If you've never seen Derry Girls, I strongly recommend it. Wrestler Andy said Days Community is an underrated comedy. Never seen it. Never seen Community. I am aware of it. I have put it on a shelf in an entertainment store, but I've never actually sat down and watched it. Same with It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Never seen it. Heard loads about it, Never seen it. And I heard loads about Parks and Recreation, and I had never seen that. And I did a few years ago, like start watching an episode like every few days, and I kind of worked my way through like 3 or 4 seasons of it. It's brilliant. Yeah, I mean, I really enjoyed it. So easy to watch. The characters are really, really fun. And I think the same would be true of Always Sunny. So there's a few that I've got lined up that I could get my teeth into. But again, you know, when do you get the time? When do you get the time? When do you get the time to, you know, keep up with wrestling news and keep up with what's going on in UFC and what's going on with boxing and watch all these shows and then try and fit in like these comedy bits as well and try to do streams and try to do videos and try to do some on member streams and do Wrestling Escape. But like, it's hard, man, and fit in sleep and try and have some sort of life where, you know, I mean, life just gets in the way. I had to go to the flipping dentist the other week for emergency stuff because I had chipped my tooth. I had some foods, some out of an air fryer, like chicken thing, and everything was fine. And then afterwards, my tongue just went across my tooth, and it was Razor Ramon. God, what's gone on? Why have I got a razor in my mouth? Where's this come from? And it turned out somehow during the meal I'd chipped my tooth. And so I ended up going and having to have like it sorted and filled and all that kind of stuff. Cost a bomb. And, you know, that's just life, innit? These things just flipping get in the way. I'm sure there'll be another part of me that'll drop off and I'll have to go and get that fixed as well. So I'm a boomer. I'm getting old. So I don't know when I'll ever get a chance to sit down and watch these shows, but Sunny would definitely be on the list. That's one that I've heard a lot of. And I'd say the other show people have raved about, Succession. So many people have spoken about Succession, about, oh my God, amazing. Did you see the ending the other day? No, because I ain't seen any of it, but I've heard it's amazing. So Succession would definitely be on the list. You just made the list. Jenny said, Dave, Super Chat catch-up time. Super Chat catch-up time. I need a jingle. Super Cat catch-up time. Boop. Oh, God, it is, isn't it? What's a chat? Super Chat. Is that a chat? What a chat? Super Chat catch-up time. Gerald said, I'm going to miss Dom as the North American champion. It was a great reign. Great reign. Well, I like Trick, actually. I mean, I think that Dominic's no longer the champ. It was quite big news that on Saturday. I mean, eclipsed on Sunday, but quite big news. We did a little news video on it, and NXT watch along that went for like 6 hours or something did about 10,000 views. The little video that was like 2 minutes just talking about Dominic losing the belt, 7,000 views. It does make me wonder why I put all this work in. I'm doing 6 hour streams and we get 10,000 views. I do a 2-minute video on Dominic dropping the belt, 7,000 views. You go, hang on, I'm doing this wrong. I'm doing this all wrong. All wrong. It was quite clearly something that had resonated with people. But I think it served its purpose. I really like Trick. Though Trick, I think, is someone that's got a good size to him. He's got good personality. He can talk. He's charismatic. He's someone that I'm interested to know where his ceiling is, because we haven't seen loads from him, like wrestling point of view. I've yet to see like a 5-star match, but there's been some good action. There's been some good moments in his matches. Talking wise, I think there's something there. It feels like we're heading towards a collision between him and Carmelo. So I'm interested in that. Mitchell said, Legends of the Hidden Temple and Guts for me. They were filmed at the Nickelodeon Studios at Universal, and I live in Florida, so I saw them growing up. That's so cool that you live in Florida. So cool. Definitely, Mitchell, as I'm getting closer to next year, I'm going to need you to give me some serious Florida tips. I need that sweet insider knowledge, because I'm on my way to Florida. And you have to let me know if you're around, actually, because if I'm about, I'd be quite happy to meet up and have a beer. Be fun. I've got a Florida friend. But I'm going next year. I'm going, I think it's around April time. And I am really looking for, I've been so many times. I mean, I've been to Florida about 6 times and I love it. And it's a bit of a problem actually, because I could go anywhere in the world and I always find myself going to Florida. I am not a well-traveled man, right? I'm not a well-traveled man. I could go to Japan. I could go to Australia. I mean, I haven't got the money to do these things, but I could. I could go to India. I could go to Thai. I could go to Singapore, right? But I just keep going to Florida, right? I'm like a broken record. I'm a man who knows what he likes. And what I like is I like good foods. There's some great restaurants, lots of variety. They cater very well to tourists, right? I don't mind a shopping. I like to pop to the shops as well. Certainly if there's going to be figures involved. And America has got loads of figures that we don't have over here. So, you can go to Walmart, you can go to Targets, you can go to, used to be able to go to Kmart, not anymore. Used to be able to go to Toys R Us, not anymore. But there's certainly lots of places that you can still go to find action figures and things that you can't get here. And I've said before, like, I think a lot of us in the UK look towards Canada, America, and we're looking in that direction more than we look at the other direction, which would be Europe. I have no interest. I've never been to France. I have no interest in going to France. I could get to France easily, get to London, which I've been to tons of times, jump on a Eurostar train and just go to France. I mean, super easy. I have zero interest in going to France, right? I'm amazed that the French aren't trying to leave and trying to get over. Right now that tunnel's built, I thought they would have flocked over from France, to be honest. But I've no interest in going there. I wouldn't mind going to Germany, to be honest. Quite interesting, I'd imagine, going to Germany. So I wouldn't mind paying that a visit. I think I went there when I was young, but Amsterdam might be pretty cool. I think I've been to Holland once. Again, I was young. Yeah, I could maybe do that. Outside of that, I've been to Italy. Italy's beautiful. Love Italy. Any outside of that, Europe's dead. Ain't got anything going for it, as it's boring. It's got like culture and stuff like that. Who needs that? No one needs culture. I need wrestling figures. That's what I need. I need American culture, right? I need corn dogs. I need pancakes. I need waffles. Right? I need all-you-can-eat buffets. That's what I need. I don't need the flipping Sistine Chapel. I don't even know where it is. Or the flipping Mona Lisa. Yeah, I can look at pictures of that, can't I? But what I need is Rugrats merchandise. That's what I need. So, as I say, I think a lot of us, not just me, I think a lot of us over here kind of go, what are they doing over there? What's happening over there? Those Americans, those Canadians, what are they up to, eh? Having a little look, seeing what you're doing over there. I think we do look in that direction a lot more than we look. Hence why, and it wasn't the main reason, of course, but as soon as the option was there to leave Europe, we were gone. Woo! we were out of there. I mean, yeah, we might be regretting it now, but, you live and learn, don't you? You live and learn. So, Mitchell, shout out to you. Battle against misinformation. Shout like the name. And it is a battle, a constant battle. So, welcome on board. Battle against misinformation said, I can't see Edge being a needle mover for AEW. Well, do you know what? It's funny, actually, because I said this feels like it is game-changing because, I mean, if you go down the list of people that they've had join them that are that level, we're talking Jericho, we're talking CM Punk, maybe Sting. I don't know, Sting's difficult because Sting's peak was like 80s, 90s, and we're a long way from that now. He's got that name power, definitely, but in this modern age, is he bringing people in and keeping them around? Some, but I don't know. I think that Edge, though, who has just been on WrestleMania and has been active recently and has provided great moments. I mean, like kids that are just getting into wrestling, know Edge and know what he's been up to. And that is something that they've not had for a while. You know, those kids probably don't know about Saraya, don't know about Paige. It's been a while since Paige had been competing, right? And you got to remember, when we're talking kids, we're talking about people that have got into the products in the last 2 years, 3 years, right? I mean, I got into it in like late 92. Yeah, I was still around in like 95, but you know, I was a different person then within those 3 years. Like, I wasn't watching it in quite the same way, because by that point I'd figured out or been told what was actually going on. Yeah, so I sort of feel like it's a long time that in wrestling. It's a long time. So I think like Saraya, Sting, they're big names, but they have proven to not make that seismic difference, right? I think like CM Punk did move the needle. He was someone that was getting them ratings. He was someone that, you know, was helping Dynamite achieve like, you know, bigger numbers. So I think to say that CM Punk had no effect, I think that's rewriting history. I think he did have an effect. And I think that, if you took CM Punk off Collision, what would that number be? I mean, we're probably not going to find out, because what we've done is replaced him with Bryan Danielson, who is also, I think, someone that can bring in some ratings. And I think, like, you know, we're going to do some other work. We'll like Edge is on there this week, for example. So, you know, Edge is going to provide Collision with a bump. So CM Punk was having an effect, I think, even on Collision, because to be honest, without CM Punk on them shows, I think that number would have been even lower. So I think that Edge coming in is definitely boosting the numbers in the short term, right? Long term, what does it do? I think it's going to come down to how he's used. So the booking of this is going to be critical. Short term, great numbers, of course. Long term, it's going to come down to how he was used. So I am very interested to see what it does. It feels, because of the size of him, like it's potentially game-changing for them, right? It feels like there aren't many stars you can go and get that of his star power, right? I feel like we're going to a different level of star power compared to a lot that have come in. Like, this is different to Miro. This is different to Andrade. This is different, I would argue, to Saraya. This is different than... I'm trying to think who else has come in recently, but I mean, there's really only a few people I would say that's at that level. You're talking the Jerichos, the CM Punk level, right? Maybe the Moxley would be on that level, the Bryan Danielsons, right? So they ain't got many. It ain't a long list of people that are as big as what Edge is. So I think there is definite potential for this to be a big thing for them, but it's going to come down to how they use him. It's going to come down to the stories they tell, the feuds they put him in, how they build those feuds. I mean, for example, the first time we get Edge and MJF in a promo battle, people are tuning into that. I want to see that. I want to see Edge and MJF go at it against each other on the microphone. I want to see what Edge does to try and counter what MJF is going to be bringing, you know? So yeah, that's going to bring in viewers. Him against Christian, that's going to bring in viewers. Him against Omega, that's going to bring in viewers. The build for those you would think is going to bring in viewers. Like, this does feel like it is going to move the needle. But I don't disagree with you that if they do drop the ball and put him in some feuds that are a bit flat, or do some stuff with him that's a bit off, which they've got potential to do, right? Not book him properly, then there is a chance that this does fall flat. There is a chance it falls flat. I think it's going to work. I always think, though, whenever I say game changer, I saw the tweet from AEW Botches where they collected up people that had tweeted out Saraya is a game changer, Andrade is a game changer, Miro is a game changer, all these game changers that people had like sent tweets out about. They collected them all and just had a bit of a slideshow with like music going on in the background. And of course, we know that they weren't game changers. They didn't prove to be game changers. And so, like, it became a bit of a joke that every time someone came in, they were heralded as a game changer. Like Switchblade Jay White is a game changer. All these people were brought in as game changers, and they never quite proved to be. So I am very, very conscious of that there is a long history of people that have come in with plenty of fanfare where it hasn't quite lived up to the expectation. It's going to be very interesting to see if Edge is the next name on that list. It's going to be very, very interesting. So it's a good shout. It's a good shout. It may not work, but listen, AEW were 100% right to bring him in and 100% right to try and move forward with getting Edge. I mean, I don't think anyone would say that them getting Edge was a bad move or the wrong move. So you got to say so far so good from them. Oh, hello. We've got a brawl to start the show. We got Nia Jax and Shayna Baszler. We are up and running. We are underway with this week's Raw. So Nia Jax and Shayna Baszler fighting in the entranceway. JB said, important question. What is your favorite supermarket and why? JB, I'll get to your question in a second, my friend. I am... Oh, hello. Sleeper being applied here by Shayna Baszler. She's got a sleeper on, and Nia Jax goes back into the corner, ramming Shayna into the corner. Shayna holding her midsection, going down to her knees. Here's Raquel Rodriguez. Okay, so Raquel Rodriguez making her way down. Shots coming in by Raquel. Nia Jax looked shocked to see Raquel. Big boot by Raquel. She nails Shayna, double axe handle by Nia. Is that Rhea now? Here's Rhea Ripley. Jesus. Rhea Ripley comes down. She starts unloading on Nia Jax. Raquel coming over. Big brawl. We got Shayna. Look at the knees by Shayna on Nia. We got Shayna. We got Nia. We got Rhea. We got Raquel. What a melee. We've got a lot of security guards that are making their way down. This is a brawl, man.
Should have went and got this Sarah.
So Nia and Shayna and Rhea and Raquel. We've got a brawl. Mommy's back. Mommy is back. Tell you what, I like Rhea Ripley. Oh, hello. Riptide to one of the security guards. Rhea hits a riptide on one of the security guards. Now we're still fighting in the entrance where it's a hot start. Nia, Shayna, Rhea screaming their heads off. It's a good start, this is. We've brought back Rhea. We've brought back Raquel. We've had absolute carnage. I think we got mommy chants. Mommy chants as Rhea stands in the ring. We are in California. Wade Barrett, Michael Cole. Mommy's back. I tell you what, you've got Michael Cole talking, and now Rhea's interrupted him. Like, they're really bringing a pace to this show. Judgment Day, get out here. We need to talk. What's she upset about? Oh, wow, there was that whole Damien and JD and all of that, wasn't there? Judgment Day, get out here. We need to talk. Mommy's back. She's angry. Wow. I'll tell you what, there was 0 seconds to take a breath there. 0 seconds, 4 minutes in. Raquel back, Rhea back, big brawl to start the show. Michael Cole trying to talk, Rhea Ripley grabbing a microphone, calling out the Judgment Day. We got an Intercontinental Championship contract signing tonight. We got Seth's final address before Fastlane. Out comes Damian and Dominic. Dirty Dom is wearing Rhea's championship around his waist because he hasn't got one of his own. No sign of Finn Balor. There is the Women's World Championship. Rhea Ripley pacing around back and forth. Andrew said Dom needs to get kicked out of Judgment Day. He hasn't got a championship. Here is the thing, said they need to do more to develop the character of Raquel. She could be money, but her personality is just smiling so far. Yeah, well, she's certainly coming across a bit more peeved off at the moment. I like seeing her in like jeans, like stonewashed jeans, and she was wearing wrestling boots over the top. I think if she was wearing just normal like boots, ankle high stuff, you know, high tops kind of a thing, I think that would look really cool. I think it would look really cool. She looked good. So she came running down. Rhea came down. We got Judgment Day making their way down to the ring. No sign of Finn Balor. No sign of JD either. Let's see how this plays out. So JB said favorite supermarket and why? To be honest, I'm someone that loves music and DVDs and all that kind of stuff. So for me, like an Aldi or a Lidl don't have those sections like food. And then in like Aldi, you tend to have that middle row where you can find just random items, which sometimes are quite interesting. But I think for that reason, because it doesn't have like a DVD, CD department, like that's always a section I like to have a little look in. Often don't buy anything, but it's always interesting to know what films are out, what CDs are available, if there's a band that's got a new album out, or like look at the books. Or we don't tend to have supermarkets. We don't have like a Walmart or a Target that sell loads of wrestling figures. So if you go to an Asda or a Tesco, like they are big for groceries, got loads, just row after row after row of groceries. Like, you know, you can get, you know, cheese, yogurts, blooming cereal, whatever it is you want. And they'll have a little section where they'll sell some CDs, DVDs, games, computer systems, headphones, you know, that kind of stuff as well. But there'll be toys, but there's very few figures. They might have like 5 or 6 figures. And sometimes they're the same ones, and they're normally like a few series old. Like they're just, you know, they don't really put much effort in. So there's not really any to go. There's not like a Walmart or a Target that you can go to that you can find like really good range of wrestling figures in. That's why we never go to them during the toy hunts. So for me, if I'm going to a supermarket, I definitely want to have a look at like DVDs, CDs, books, that kind of entertainment stuff. And I think that's why for me it would be like either Tesco or Asda. I think both of them have got decent sized sections for that. Morrison's only tend to have a little thing, don't really have much. The Morrison's don't have much. Aldi I don't think have anything. Lidl I don't think have anything. I don't think what other supermarkets there are. I think that's about it. I think they're the main ones. So for me, it'd be Tesco or Asda. I think both are about the same, to be honest. So I don't think there'd be much difference between them. So either. Big Time said, wrestling fans will say wrestlers jump to different companies is healthy. And whilst I agree, WWE has got Cody and Jade, whilst AEW have signed big names from WWE. It's not exactly back and forth. Wrestling fans will say wrestlers jump to different companies healthy. And I agree. WWE has got Cora, Cody, and Jade. AEW has signed big names. It's not exactly back and forth. No. I mean, if ever there's people that have been released, I mean, I think AEW is good because of, well, many reasons, but one of the reasons it's good is because there's people that, like Miro and Malachi Black, that got let go, that deserve to be able to show what they can do somewhere, you know? Like Miro and, you know, you could make the argument that there's a few that have gone there from WWE that haven't worked out. But I think if you look at, say, Toni Storm, I think she's doing great work at the moment, and she, like, obviously left WWE. It wasn't quite working for her there. So it's good that there is another alternative place for them to be employed and make money and show what they can do. So, I mean, that's a positive. Right, here's Rhea. Right, Judgment Day, business to attend to. On his back. We all know that there's no leader, correct? Well, you're acting like the leader right now, aren't you? Someone has to come up with a game plan so that things don't go down for the Judgment Day. Dominic's nodding his head. Dominic will always just nod his head. Mommy gets taken out by Nia Jackson. All of a sudden, things start falling apart. Mommy is the one that makes the plans. But me being out, I left that responsibility to someone. I left that responsibility to you, priest. Oh. Finn's out injured. So Finn's out injured, and you're not medically cleared. Dom's lost his title. Big cheer for that. All because you weren't there to help. Well. And now we've got a Cody and Jay. I mean, in all fairness, they have messed up, haven't they? There's tension. She's great, isn't she? She is so good. She is so good. With all due respect, you're not saying anything I don't already know. Cody and Jay are coming for the titles. When push comes to shove, I'll push harder. So I tell you what, screw Cody Rhodes. Damien, the way I see it, I've got my titles. I've got my contracts. I'm not trying to point fingers. Mommy, where's Dom Dom's title? Mommy, where's Dom Dom's title? I'm not trying to point fingers, but Mommy, where's Dom Dom's title? Oh, is she going to have words with Dom Dom? Because he did let them down. Look at this, man. Mommy's staring at Dominic. Dominic's like, yeah, man, let's go. Let's go. Dom, I'm your mommy, right? What does that make you? I don't know, Sonny. That a puppy. That makes more sense. Tomorrow night, you've got a rematch against Chick Williams. You're welcome. Look at that. She's holding him up by his chin. If you don't come back with that title. Oh, whoa! If you don't come back with that title, don't bother coming home. Are we eating good? We eating good. We eating so good. If you don't come back with that title, don't bother coming home. Oh my God, we're eating so good. Here's Jey Uso. I tell you the other thing, it can't just be me that is noticing, and it's not going to just be me that's noticing. I'm sure we're all noticing. This show has got a very different vibe to it this week compared to the lackluster, slow burning kind of coma shows we've been getting, you know. A lot of Raws recently that we've been scoring like 6s because like they've been so-so. This ain't so-so. This is quick, pacey, powerful, impactful. This is just all kinds of brilliance. Love it. Brilliant. This is, I feel like, a response to the Edge situation. I can't imagine this is just a coincidence that we've had weeks of it being a bit, and now all of a sudden the Edge news happened yesterday, and all of a sudden we're cooking. All of a sudden we're cooking. What, we've only just learned how to cook, have we? Nah, come on. Come on, we cooking. This is good, really good. This fire is open, said Sakilla. This is the best Raw in months, says AR1. We cooking, baby. I don't know what we're cooking. Haven't checked. Right, Jey Uso in the ring. He's knackered. God bless him. He's still knackered. Most importantly, can we welcome back Miss Rhea Ripley? Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Rhea Ripley. Welcome back. We've missed you. Jay says we've missed you. We've all missed you. Oh, I want to see some flirting, man. Let's go. I want to see some flirting. It looks like there's a new tribal chief on Monday nights. Acknowledge her. Acknowledge Rhea Ripley. Let's go. New tribal chief. Tribal chiefess. Here's Damien. I'm really tired of hearing you open your mouth. Yoy. Oh, Dominic steps in, stops Damien. Dominic's doing something here. Here we go. Time to shine. Dirty Dom. What's he gonna say? Oh, people are booing. What's he gonna say? What's he gonna say? It's got the old microphone. Got the old microphone. Damien. Is he gonna say like Poppy's got this? I was like, no idea what he's saying. Sounds like he's saying, boo! That's what it sounds like he's saying. Not a clue. Can anyone lip read? The flirting is coming, said Sakilla. Not Jay making Rhea blush, said Jay Love. It's all kinds of good, isn't it? It's all kinds of good. Okay, so I don't know what he said. Dominic's stepping up, I think, to Jay, is he? He's trying to stand up for his mommy here. Whoop his ass is the chant. Is that a new shirt as well? Mommy's always on top. Okay, so Rhea. Oh, super kick. Rhea and Damien go to the outside. Oh, there's JD McDonough. JD McDonough. Oh, Jey Uso fighting back. Oh, dirty Dom. Numbers game. JD McDonough and Dominic beating up Jey Uso. Rhea Ripley and Damian Priest on the outside of the ring. So I think they're going to look to nail him with the Money in the Bank briefcase. Shades of IRS and Brutus the Barber Beefcake. Here's Cody. Cody, time for Cody now. Jeez. Super kick by Jey Uso. Cody. Oh my God, Dominic's getting smashed. Crossroads. Boom. Cody Rhodes hits a Crossroads on Dominic Mysterio. So Jay and Cody standing tall. Right, Cody. Okay, Cody and Jay versus Finn. Tag titles. Okay, so Cody and Jay versus... Oh my God. Oh my God. So Cody and Jay versus Finn and Damien for the tag titles, going to be taking place at Fastlane. I just feel like we got so much stuff there. I don't know if I'm coming or going. Oh, jeez. Anna said, doesn't JD get it? He isn't welcomed in the Judgment Day. When will he learn he's not wanted? Stop trying to do good things and impress them. They don't want you. You're a loser. Jade Cargill, this is the biggest story. Jade Cargill has been signed. The video of her arriving was viewed more than 20 million times. She already looks like a superhero, says Michael Cole. Got the world talking. Yeah. WWE just acquired a goddess. Here's Chad Gable. What Jay said about Roman and Rhea was 100% true, said Oblong Box. JD is playing Sammy in the Judgment Day, says Robinho. What do you think about Nia Jax joining the Bloodline? Wouldn't mind, but they're on different brands, aren't they? And who are they feuding with at the moment? Who are the Bloodline feuding with? It's Cena and AJ. I suppose she could be a counter to Michin. Just trying to think if there's like something for her to do. I suppose at the moment she could counter Michin. So yeah, I wouldn't mind it. Do you think Cody should go for the world title at Mania if it's Rock Roman? Nah. I think that the thing is that when he gets a world title, it's going to be a big moment because no Rhodes has won a world title in WWE. I don't think you want that first one to be this made up one. You know, I know, like it's a world title, it's a belt, it's, you know, got some value because WWE tells me it's got value. But other than that, it's just been poof, created out of thin air, hasn't it? Poof. It's got no, it doesn't mean anything. It's got no history. It's not got the lineage of the previous one. It's just poof. So, you know, we're trying to make it a thing. I think that if we're doing, I think the first belt he should win should be the one from Roman, because that's going to be a big moment. It's Roman's defeated, and not only that, but a Rhodes has won a WWE World Championship. I think you lessen that moment a little if he's already won a world title. So just find something else for him to do. You can have a match with Akira Tozawa. It's fine. I think I might do a video. Is it a video? It's a video. We're going to do a video. Might not be video worthy, but I've decided it is. Amazing start to this week's Raw. We had a big brawl amongst Nia Jax, Shayna Baszler, Raquel Rodriguez, Rhea Ripley. Mommy is back, and she is not happy. She had words with Damian Priest, basically saying that he was the one that was in charge while she was away. Not that they have a leader, but someone needs to decide what the plan is going to be. And apparently that's normally Rhea. And while she was injured for the past few weeks, it was meant to be Damian. And as she looks around, you know, Finn Balor's injured, Dominic's lost his championship. They've got a Cody and Jay problem that's spiraling out of control. She was not happy with Damian Priest at all. And Damian said, well, I've got my belts. What about Dominic? And we got this moment, man. This moment, Rhea Ripley, Mommy, going over to Pappy, Dirty Dominic, saying that he has got a rematch on NXT to try and win back his North American Championship. If he doesn't do it, if he can't get that belt back, then don't bother coming home. Very much implying that if he doesn't win on NXT, then he could be out of the Judgment Day. This was such an exciting, compelling, gripping segment where you just didn't know how it was going to play out. But seeing these two face to face with a little bit of confrontation there, that's not something that we've been seeing before. Certainly not since Dominic came into the Judgment Day. There was confrontation before he came in the Judgment Day, but since he's been in, we haven't seen much confrontation there. This was a big moment. This was an interesting moment that I think will certainly have played well on social media. The surprises didn't end there, though, because out came Jey Uso, out came Cody. There was a big brawl. And then Adam Pearce came out and made it official that it's going to be Cody Rhodes and Jey Uso teaming together to take on Finn Balor and Damian Priest for the undisputed tag team titles at Fastlane. So that's a new match that's been added at Fastlane as well. So much happened in the first 20 minutes of Raw. We had Rhea back. We had Raquel back. We had a monster brawl. We had a big Judgment Day showdown. We had, obviously, Rhea having a word with Dominic. And then we had Cody come out. We had Jay come out. We had this match being made for Fastlane. This thing has started off red hot. Right, we need to move on, man, because we've now got Imperium and we've got Alpha Academy in the ring. So our first match is already underway. It's Alpha Academy taking on Imperium. And don't forget, last week Gunther said to Ludwig that moving forwards, Giovanni Vinci is in your hands. Ludwig is now responsible for Giovanni Vinci. He's now responsible for him, so they can't be suffering a loss here. That's not going to play well with the Ring General if it does go that way. Dom is out. The JD Williams is keeping it for a while. Are you doing KSI, Tommy? I don't know. I would like to. Rhea Ripley warns Dominic Mysterio. Wow. I don't think it's unfair to say that she has threatened Dominic Mysterio. That he might be removed from Judgment Day. Mitchell said, only issue I've got so far is, did the tag team titles come into play? How did Cody and Jay earn that shot? Or is it a consequence of the Judgment Day? I'd imagine it's probably, I mean, these two have been like feuded, and obviously there was a lot of stuff that happened last week. So I would imagine this is probably something that's, I'd like to think they had already kind of got planned and was already on their mind. And, you know, this confrontation this week just provided the opportunity for them to then have Adam Pearce come out there and say, look, this is the match that's going to happen. I don't know that what we just saw there is enough to make that match, but if you think they've been feuding for a few weeks and there's been lots of confrontation over that time, so I think that this is probably something that's built up over a period of time. Okay, Chad is sent over the come crashing to next commercial break. Dominic Mysterio out the Judgment Day. I like Cody and Jay as the tag champs. It gets Cody on SmackDown. It makes Roman angry for a future Cody-Roman feud. But we still don't know who's part of the draft, do we? Because we had Jay go in the one direction, and we've not had anyone go in the other direction. That just seems to have just, I don't know, they forgot about it. It's fallen off a cliff, that has. I don't quite know what to make of that situation, if I'm being honest. Hopefully it gets resolved, because it is a bit of a plot hole at the moment, but I suppose it's one that doesn't have to be sorted straight away. Like, it's not too much of a problem that it's not been sorted yet, but longer it goes on, it's just annoying. It's just kind of hanging over the head, but maybe we're going to get Fastlane out the way first, and then we'll look to address it. Do you think Jay Cody will win the titles? I don't know. Really don't know. I am thinking no, only because they're not a tag team, are they? I mean, unless we just haven't got anything else to do with them. And so we're going to use this as a way to do something with them. I don't know. I mean, it's Cody going into the tag division and being a tag champ. I mean, it is true. It would be a way of him like regularly getting onto both brands. So that is true. So you can see the benefit of that, and it would be interesting. It's a way of getting Jay back over to SmackDown, isn't it? Imagine Jay confronting Jimmy and, like, you know, all of Jay being in a different tag team. I don't know. My first reaction was no, because they're not really a team, and maybe this has just been thrown together for Fastlane. But then, as the chat have said, the more that you explore it and think about it, the more you go, okay, yeah, that actually, I can see several reasons why you would do it, why you would pull the trigger on it. And yeah, Cody being in tag team is just a bit weird. Like, you've got one of the best singles wrestlers super over, and we're just putting him in a tag team. But if you then go, well, it'd be a way of getting Cody on SmackDown, it'd be a way of having Jay. I mean, imagine Jimmy looking at Jay in a different tag team, and he's a tag champ as well. Like, there'd be a whole lot of jealousy and anger, and oh god, yeah. So actually, yeah, he could win it. Not something I was expecting. I wasn't expecting us to get that. as a match. I don't think I really thought about it actually. I think there's been so much going on in wrestling. What's Cody doing for Fastlane? I mean, it felt like we were building to like a War Games. There's lots of people talking about like War Games or whatever, but hadn't really given it much thought. There's been so much stuff going on in the world of wrestling. Days, what's your favorite Money in the Bank cash in? Mine is Seth at WrestleMania 31, who won the briefcase last year and tried to cash it in on a mid-card belt. Can cash-ins work at house shows? I don't recall seeing any cash-ins at house shows, but that you can cash in anytime, anywhere, and I can't see any reason why you couldn't cash in at a house show anytime, anywhere. So, yeah. In fact, WWE would be wise to do that, even if it was just once, just to send the message that house shows are not just, you know, a waste of time. Like anything can happen in WWE. Like it's always good to do that once in a while. And so that would be a good idea, actually, to have someone successfully cash in on a house show. In regards to favorite cash in, for me, it'd be Dolph. I thought the Seth one would probably be my second one. I really liked it. I think I've always had, I'll tell you my issue with the Seth one, and it's not a big issue, but I think it's just enough to keep it off the number one spot. I'm trying to think if this has happened before. I think Roman did it, actually. Roman did it, and I've got the same issue there as well. When a match has started, people inserting themselves into an already started match doesn't sit quite right with me. It doesn't sit right when a match has started as a handicap match and then just gets turned into a tag match because a partner comes running down. Like, I sort of feel like if this is a proper sporting contest, the rules of the contest have been established and the bell sounds, that to me means that it's locked in, if that makes sense. So like, this is a handicap match. The bell has sounded. It's a handicap match. Having a tag partner come running down halfway through and all of a sudden this handicap match is now magically turned into a tag match. Like, who signed that off? Like, did someone backstage sign it off? Because we never hear about that. It's always just that, I don't know, a wrestler comes running down and somehow the match just becomes a tag match. And like Roman, you know, like when it was Braun against The Fiend and the match had started, the bell had gone. So in my mind, that's, you know, one-on-one. That's a one-on-one match. The bell has sounded. And then Roman's walking his way down, signing the contract to add himself to the match. And so then he inserted himself in the match. And that's actually how his big, long title reign started. Never quite sat well with me. It's not something that I cry over. It's not something that I'm massively bothered by. It's not something that I'm like, you know, there's way worse things in wrestling than that. It's just always something that's like, not a fan of it, really. And the same with Seth. So I know Seth can cash in at any time, but I sort of feel like, well, Roman and Brock had already started. That match had already begun. So he's got a contract where he can have a match anytime he wants. But I don't know that that contract allows him to turn singles matches into triple threat matches. You know what I mean? Certainly not ones that have already started and have yet to conclude. Like, I get that you can have a match anytime you want. The idea that you can interrupt a match, that didn't strike me as clever. I remember when it happened, I was like, can he do that? That was my honest reaction when it happened at the time. I was like, he can't do that, can he? Can he do that? So rather than going, oh my God, it's Seth, he's coming down, he's going to cash in, my initial reaction was, is this legal? Is he allowed to do this? And I think it just took the edge off it for me, to be honest. So that's why the WrestleMania 31 one, I think for me, isn't the number one spot. Certainly if I compare it to something like Dolph cashing in on Del Rio, which I just absolutely love that cash-in moment. So, I mean, the Izod Center, I remember where it was. It was part of the commentary. So win for Imperium. So yeah, for me it'd be Dolph at 1. I think, as I said, it's that what we're discussing here is niggles, just what some I would regard as just a little niggle, and that would probably just be enough to knock it to my number 2 spot. There's been some great cash-ins. There's been some really, really good cash-ins over the years. Okay, well, Imperium have picked up the win here, and I feel like this is a bit of a story as well, because obviously if they'd have lost that, that could have been an issue right there. Imperium. Okay, they're talking about NXT right now. Talking about Becky against Tiffany. This might lead into the fact that Becky got injured and is not going to be able to defend her title tonight. It's meant to be Becky against Tegan Nox. We found out earlier that match can't happen now. Disappointing. Certainly for Tegan Nox, who keeps getting screwed over. So, yeah, we've got, I don't know what instead, but I'd imagine it will be still a Tegan match of some description. But no championship match. Tyler said, do you think that Randy will return before 2023 ends? It's a good one, that is. That's a good one. I think that Randy will return. I don't think his in-ring career is over. I think he will return. Whether he's going to be able to make it before the end of the year or not, I'm not sure. I know he's at the Performance Center. I know everyone's excited about that. But there is every chance that he is not there to work on a return, that he's actually there to see doctors and get more medical advice or just do a bit of training, keep himself fit for a bit. So it's hard to know as to if he is working on a return already or like, but I think the fact that he is at the Performance Center would certainly imply that he still wants to be connected, obviously, with Randy. It's not like he's sat at home just accepting it's over. He is at the Performance Center and he is still involved and he is still in the in that world. So, but it could be that he's there with a return date of the Rumble, couldn't it? It could be that this is going to be a slow road, a long process, and that he's going to make a shock return at the Royal Rumble. I mean, we're already in October. The Rumble's, what, 3 months, if that? October, November, December. I suppose it's the end of January, isn't it, really? So about 4 months. So could he be working on a 4-month return and come back at the Rumble? That's possible. But again, I don't like sitting on the fence, and I ain't going to start doing it now. So, oh, my God. I never saw that. What the hell was that? What's that yellow stuff? Here's Tegan Nox. There's a picture which I've never seen. I hadn't seen that of Becky. It's a proper wound, that is. Chelsea has arrived. She heard the news about Becky and now she's in here complaining, Chelsea says. You need to suck it up. I would be happy if it was postponed. If I was you, you should be hoping it gets cancelled so that you don't lose to Becky. She's so good. She's so much fun, Chelsea.
Chelsea.
Why don't we find out who really is championship material? So Chelsea against Tegan Nox is going to be the replacement. She said, I'm going to go talk to management. Tegan's like, aren't you, man? You're management, aren't you? Well, you know, I like Chelsea. It's a bit of a come down in it from a title match, but there are rumors that we're going to be getting a title match anyway. I don't always agree. Tiffany Stratton held her own against Becky, said Christopher. Chelsea's character is so good, says Brony. Do you think Charlotte wins at Fastlane against Asuka and Io? I don't think so. I think we're all aboard the Io train at the moment, so I think Io's going to keep the title. Yeah, hang on. I said I didn't want to sit on the fence, and I don't want to sit on the fence. What did I not want to sit on the fence about? Was it Randy? That is tricky. That is tricky.
Pertains, we can have Jade come out and we'll set it up for that. That's how I
There's
think.
any way of getting Randy back this year, I think WWE would absolutely be pushing
as
for
we're on
it,
commercial
so-
break. Yes, we're on commercial
I do
break
think he comes
number
back.
4.
I don't think he's done. I am worried about him,
100%.
and if
Yeah,
he
yeah, I
did
don't
make
know
that
what I said in the
announcement, it
podcast,
wouldn't
but
be the
that
biggest
happens
surprise if he had to retire, because we haven't seen him since May of
Chelsea and
2022.
Tiffany should be
So
a team.
you do look at that and go,
Give it
Jesus,
time,
it's
give
already
it
been
time.
like, what, 14, 15, 16 months
I
already.
don't know if I want to
I mean, that
see
is
Tiffany out there
significant, so-
doing, hanging out with Matt
Yeah, it's-
Cardona, doing,
If he was to
matches
say that
with
he
Makita.
has tried and there's just no way for him to get back and this is it, it would be gutting. But I think considering the amount of time he's been out at the age he is as well, I don't think it would be the most shocking of news. I think he will get back though. And I'm going to say this year. I'm going to say yes, yeah. I'm going to say Survivor Series. I'm going to say it's going to be a Survivor Series surprise. I could not feel less confident in that. The alternative is, does he come back next year at the Rumble? That's the alternative. But I think with the Edge situation, WWE are really, really going to want him back. Really going to want him back. I'd imagine as soon as it happened, they picked up the phone and were like, how you feeling? Feeling good? What are we thinking? What are we saying? November, yeah? Fastlane. Fastlane. Okay, not Fastlane. Saudi, yeah? Okay, not Saudi. Survivor Series, yeah? Oh, okay. What about the SmackDown after? So what about the Raw? Any Raws? Any SmackDowns? NXT? Do you want to come to NXT? Is there anything? Hey, can you come to the Christmas party? We'll film that. Is there anything? But I have no confidence in it. But yeah, I think they would like him. I think they'd like him. Tegan Knox on Raw is awesome to see, said Big Time. He could appear this year, but I don't see him wrestle this year, says Brony. Yeah. But unless WWE lost Edge because the CM Punk rumors are true, Mr. Dale Jr. said, "Why don't you like the Attitude Era?" It's not that I don't like it. But the conversation comes down to like preference. So it's not that I hate it, but I think if you look at like say a lot of the WrestleManias, like Attitude Era, WrestleMania 14 was okay. 15 is not very fondly remembered. 16, WrestleMania 2000, that's not very fondly remembered. Like, you would think that the amount of hype the Attitude Era gets, that everything cooking, everything was amazing, but some weak WrestleManias in there. There's some cringy storylines that have aged badly. There's a really strong main event scene. But I think that once you get down to like the mid cards and get down to the lower end of the cards, I think that it was lacking. I didn't think that it was. I think we served the top end. I think it was an era driven by the top end. And like women's wrestling just was rubbish. Like it was bra and panties and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, I look at like the golden era. And I get so much more enjoyment from like 85 to 95. I will take over 95 to 2005. I absolutely love the characters and I love some of the stories. And, you know, you're talking about some of the all-time greats. I mean, you are, in all fairness, in the Attitude Era as well. I know that there's not really an argument there. But, you know, like Hulkamania and Ultimate Warrior and Macho Man and Mr. Perfect and Ric Flair when he was more in his prime, shall we say. Yeah, all of those characters are the characters that I grew up with. Maybe it's a nostalgia thing as well, you know. So it's not that I don't like the Attitude Era or can't find things in the Attitude Era to enjoy, but it just comes down to like, what's your favorite era? And I just have a real soft spot for 85 to 95. Yeah, 93 is such a special year because like you've got the first Raw, and so like it's different, it's exciting, it's live. You know, you got Macho Man on commentary, you got like Bret Hart, you got Shawn Michaels. There's no Shawn Michaels during the Attitude Era because he gets injured early 98. Doesn't come back till 2002. So you've got him outside the ring, but not inside the ring, you know? And Shawn's one of my absolute favorites. I love Shawn. He's one of my favorites. So for him being absent for that period of time in ring is you know, a down mark on the Attitude Era. My other favorite is The Undertaker. And I ain't loving what we did with The Undertaker around that time, not loving the Ministry and all that kind of stuff. Like, give me debut Undertaker with the grey kind of boot coverings and gloves and everything. Give me that Undertaker. Or even when he went to the purple stuff, purple boot coverings and gloves and everything. I'll take that Undertaker over Attitude Era Undertaker. So again, just as a snapshot, two of my favorite wrestlers were not in great places during the Attitude Era. And as I said, I think some of those segments, you look back at them now, and I don't know that some of them have aged brilliantly, but some of them I think have dated quite badly. So yeah, it's a preference thing, isn't it? Nostalgia plays probably a big part in that. I think a lot of people probably got into wrestling during the Attitude Era. So because I got into wrestling before the Attitude Era, it's probably hits me a bit different. The other thing as well is like I got into wrestling during like the early 90s. So by the time I'm getting to the Attitude Era, like it's such a big change from what I had been watching. You know, it was so different. It was like a different product. 1, 2, 3. Bronson wins. Bronson Reed beats Cedric Alexander. Thanks for coming, mate. He was game. He gave it a good try, but no joy. Michael said, if he returns to WWE, do they add a no confrontation backstage clause in his contract? I don't think you could add such a thing. Well, I don't know what would that be. It's not. What's that? I mean, like, where would that cross the line? I don't know how you would define that. He would be very tricky to manage. I think that would have to be a process that'd have to be very, very thought through. I don't know how you put a non-confrontation clause. I wouldn't even know what that looked like. Right, we've got Drew in the ring. Wu-Pac said, I like Cedric Alexander. He's very talented. So we're seeing Drew in ring, and once again, Drewy boy let people down. It's a disgrace. So we know that we're getting Tegan Knox against... This thing has kind of settled down now into like a proper Raw. But we did get a good half an hour there, maybe a little bit longer, that was properly cooking. Let's start. Never knew there were so many Cedric fans, said Brony. I think there's a lot of people that want to see him get a chance. You know, it's a bit like Mustafa Ali. You want to see him get an opportunity. Hello, is Adam Pearce? That's true. I'm not needed tonight, says Drew. Okay, I think Drew's going to go out there, but he's not interested in doing it as a Miz TV. Are you down on me too about the J thing? don't remember anyone doing the right thing when the Bloodline were beating down Drew McIntyre. I really like this story with Drew because you can see it from his perspective. You can see kind of where he's coming from. He is coming across as a heel, but it's really weird because it's true. I can understand why he's got a, like, you know, wrestling fans just move on, don't they? It's like, oh, we like Jay, so you should like Jay as well. But like Drew's like, well, hang on, I still remember the Jay that was trying to screw me over. And you know, where's the understanding? Why should I be on the same page as everyone else? It's an interesting little story, that. Interesting little story. But I don't think Dom is going to win that North American Championship. I know what we're going to do with that. That is going to be a real situation, because if he doesn't win that North American Championship, what does it mean? She said if you don't win it, then, you know, don't bother coming home. I mean, she's made it very clear that if you don't win that championship, there ain't no space here in the Judgment Day. That is interesting. I think that's really interesting. I don't think he wins it back. Perhaps it. Oh, I mean, could it be a case that he doesn't get it back, and then because it's Tuesday, we don't really have to see him again until next Monday, right? So thinking it through, could it be that he goes to NXT tomorrow, doesn't win the title, he's devastated, we are all talking about him leaving Judgment Day, and then could he help Judgment Day retain the titles at Fastlane, which might get him back into the good books, which then means by the time we're back round to next week's Raw, yeah, he ain't got his title, but he did something good for the Judgment Day. He's proven his worth to the Judgment Day. Maybe there's something in that. Maybe there's something in the fact that he proves himself that way and then ends up staying. But then that would imply that we're not putting the belts on Cody and Jay, which we spoke earlier and said there's definitely a chance of that happening. So this is why it's quite interesting, because there's quite a few different moving parts here. And there's quite a few different ways that this thing could end up going. I do like how Tegan-Chelsea match was set up with a good backstage promo, says A. Jobson. I just wish that Chelsea and Piper were used more as tag wrestlers instead of as individuals with tag belts. Oblong Box said it's weird to think that Cedric was a part of one of the greatest groups in WWE history who didn't get a proper chance to shine. That's true, yeah. I mean, he's just completely out on his own in it. Do you know what? I got really excited. Again, great comment in the chat talking about how it would be interesting to bring Carmelo, now he's lost his title, and put him in with Bobby. That was a really interesting theory. But you could make the argument of putting Cedric in there. I mean, we ain't got nothing for Cedric right now. So you could, and Cedric's someone that needs investing in still. You know, Bobby could be like, I always liked you, saw something in you. I think there could be a place for Cedric in that new group. George Skittles of the San Francisco 49ers is in the crowds. He's got a pretty sweet Shawn Michaels shirt on as well. God bless him. God bless him. Adam Pearce is in the ring, so I think we've Gunther and Tommaso Ciampa. Tommaso Ciampa then making his way down to the ring. This is interesting. These two cooked in NXT. They had a banger down in NXT. If you never saw that match, you're in for a treat. Tommaso Ciampa makes his way down to the ring. He's looking to grab a slice of gold. Tommaso makes his way down. The Ring General. Gunther making his way down. Ciampa versus Gunther from Stand and Deliver 2021 was excellent, says LS Dub. LS Dub, I hope you well. Cedric Alexander's heel turn was the best in the Thunderdome era, says Boomers. Who's going through the table, says Mitchell. Good question. They're promoting NXT like crazy tonight. The opening segment has got a lot of people intrigued. I will get to your comment in a second. I'm waiting forever, man, for this image to upload. I'm trying to get an image. Oh, there. I'm going to change over the thumbnail of that video that I uploaded, and the image was taking forever. So Gunther making his way down the Ring General. Okay, he looks great in a suit, doesn't he? Looks great in a suit. Still, I'm not feeling the lack of socks. I feel like a man like him, he should be doing things the right way. I don't know what this exposed ankle vibe is all about. Must be kids today. These kids today, eh?
Seriously, this is really strong.
Ciampa looks at Gunther.
Wow.
What I'm setting out to do with you goes beyond my own imagination.
Yeah, I wouldn't even think about it. The Granny Girl was fucking sold out. It took 2 weeks in.
There's only 2 people in this world that are going to matter, and I'm one of them, says Tommaso. Gunther's looking over at Adam Pearce going, what's this clown doing?
He was outstanding.
Is he allowed to talk to me like this?
But I think it speaks to the
He's just got a
style.
little smirk on his face
Right?
as well,
He's
Gunther.
such a hard ass, in the paint type of guy. It does leave him open to injury, especially when you're on the smaller side of things. KJ, when do you think Jade will have her first match?
I don't even know if he's
Raw
paying
or
attention.
SmackDown?
Look
I
at
was
me, says
kind of the
Ciampa.
camp that it might be NXT. Like Harding
Gunther
thought
says
AJ
easy.
made a review on that Tuesday night where NXT goes up against AEW, but I don't know. What I love about the Jane situation, and even when she was asked in an interview,
A
Jane,
title I've dreamed of having
Jade,
since
where
I
are you
was
going to go?
5.
She very much said, I want everyone to watch all the shows and
It's gonna be
wait.
so good.
I want you to show up to Raw, SmackDown, NXT, and
Make no
hope
mistake
for me to
about it,
show
I
up.
fight
So
for
I like
me.
that. That's a good way to build buzz. That's a good way to build up somebody. When she does appear now,
I fight for that
fan base that
5-year-old
is here
boy.
that didn't know really who she was. She doesn't have the name that Adam Copeland has. She doesn't have the name that Ed has.
I rest
That's
middle of
in
this ring with
wrestling
my
history.
entire heart.
But when you build her up, when she does come out big,
You
you saw it
there's
on
so
ESPN,
much cooking
we
tonight.
saw it on Fox,
to
we
feast.
saw it here, we saw it there.
That was
The WWE
brilliant
hyped
from
it. It's got to
Tommaso.
mean something. So
Talks
it's
about
good for her. It's
dreaming
good
of having
for
that
business.
belt since he was 5.
But Ciampa delivering a promo. Yeah,
Not
I'm with
fighting
you.
for his
That was
family, fighting for
excellent.
himself, fighting for that 5-year-old version of
And
himself.
Ciampa's never had a
Gonna
problem
fight
on
with
the
his
mic.
whole heart. How can you not want to watch that match?
I like this. This is an official contract signing for the most important championship. And you show up like this.
This is an official contract signing.
God, they're giving them shit for not.
And you choose to show up
coming
like
to
this.
the-
Yeah, well,
to
you
the
ain't wearing
dance,
socks.
dress better. This is fantastic. Champion is great. I want him to win.
Tells me everything I need
because
to
it
know
would
about
be
you.
Great to see him have a run with a new Goldie. Absolutely, I'm with you, Boston. If we can
Talk
get
about your
Ciampa to
family.
beat Gunther, I do love the idea of Gunther. Like to
Stand
me,
it up for
Gunther can
yourself.
be the face of the show. He can be that top
Very
heel
noble
that
motives.
everybody wants to see toppled. And I think there's a lot of potential there for Gunther. And again, we do love Ciampa.
Do you know what's
with
near
Goldie.
and dear to
I
me?
mean, if he turns the IC
This.
title into Goldie. Now, the
This is
question
what
I'll
means the
put out
most
to you
community
and
holds
everybody
up
else
the
out there,
Intercontinental
what
Championship.
does that mean for the idea that Gargano and Ciampa might get back together? Right?
Who's
Did Gargano
bringing
show
out
up and want the
fiery
belt?
promo
And
from
that
Ciampa,
causes a
says A.
problem, but a lot
Jobson.
of people were hoping for
Ciampa just
DIY.
sold everyone on this match.
Where
so
does that
they're
go here? And I will leave that
Daniel,
out to the
shout out
fans out
to
there.
you. Go send
Where
respect
does
now.
that
You
go?
get her out. James said Gunther probably wears socks with
But good
sandals.
promo, good
Ah, he's a
solid
freak.
promo. Ciampa's a good guy, man, and I always have a soft spot for the dads out there. When you see them, I'm doing this for my kid.
Sign
It's
the
a
damn
very heartfelt,
contracts.
genuine feel. I know people use that F word when it comes to wrestling, but
Sign the
there's guys
damn
like Ciampa that
contracts.
live it, breathe it.
First of all,
All right.
You do never,
I'll
ever
touch on that one in a
interrupt me.
second, Gilly. I'm just trying to catch what these guys are saying.
You do never, ever, ever interrupt me. That was Taylor Swift. Hug your
This is the
family real
closest
tight.
you will ever get to
He
this.
does anyway.
And
Jokes
a
on
bit
you.
of a cheer for that. I mean, the crowd loves this.
Yeah, man. You haven't signed the contract.
There
Still
you go.
time.
There you go.
I'm standing here. You're standing here. I'm standing
And
here.
fight tonight.
I'm sure. We can change some
Are they going to
words.
push? Now, we did see this rumored. Somebody in the chat said Gunther was going to defend this belt tonight. Could it happen? Remember, they were supposed to have an NXT women's title match tonight. They do have a spot to fill.
Oh my God! Is
No,
Tommaso
no.
Ciampa gonna win the Intercontinental Championship
Whoa,
tonight?
Ciampa threatening to tap out
Is
Gunther
the ring
tonight.
general gonna fall tonight?
Great. I love it.
my
Fiery
God.
promo. Love it. I say Brian Pillman
feel
Jr.
sick.
will debut before Jade would debut. Fair enough. Fair enough. My only reason I have any thought on that is just I feel like it's so good for Pillman because we don't know Pillman. And they
Easy
didn't
go,
the
there's all
Pillman
this going
signing
on.
wasn't on ESPN. It wasn't in Fox.
do
It
it.
wasn't the
Let's do
news that Jade signing was.
I was gonna say no, innit? After all that. No, I'll see you Saturday.
Well, the contract is signed. Wait a minute.
Signing the contract for? What's that mean? Is it tonight? Oh, I've already celebrated.
Tonight! Yes! Let's go, folks!
Match.
But we're getting Gunther reaching over the table with a clap to the face.
The
I still
celebration
struggle
wasn't
when guys
wasted.
don't have
It's
socks.
taking place
Loafers and no
tonight.
socks is a weird thing for me.
Ciampa launches himself.
Gunther in a chair.
Oh, this table's going out the ring.
Oh, brings the Saturn.
There's a chair
Brings
being
the
chucked in his
Saturn.
face. Gunther goes down.
Oh, Gunther rolling out.
Oh, the Sicilian
Nice,
stretches
nice,
in.
nice, folks.
By
Tonight. Let's go. They did.
I think he does.
Have
I think
a
tonight's the
space
night.
open. They
I
needed
think
a
tonight's
match.
the night.
So instead of fast lane,
Is
at
this
least
his
right
first
now, the
title
match has been
defense
signed for tonight
since breaking the
instead
records?
of
I think it
Or
is.
Saturday. Crazy. Yes,
can't
thank
cope.
you, Gabriel. I was
I
watching
can't
earlier
cope. I
2-1
don't know what
before
to
we
do.
went live. So
I
go,
don't
Leafs,
know
go.
what to do.
Typing Leafs. Sorry, no worries.
It's not the night. It is
I miss
the night.
NXT champ obsessed with
It's
Goldie.
gonna be tonight.
You're not wrong. Heel Ciampa, the Psycho Killer. That was the best.
Let's ask the
Ciampa,
people.
right? Like,
Is it
you know,
tonight?
the cutthroat. I will do anything for
Who
this belt. My precious, my
leaves
Goldie.
as
It
IC
was
champion?
beautiful. I'm all
Oh
for
my
it.
God.
I wish we had more of that.
I've already thrown up 5 times.
Really
JD
appreciating what we're
is
getting. I
backstage.
like
Got
it. I like
Judgment
it.
Day backstage.
This has been. Oh, okay. So I did get that one. Okay. That was gold. I'm with you. Announcer going to say the new Intercontinental Champion Tommaso Ciampa at Fastlane. Okay. Now we're getting the match tonight. So what are we going to say?
Right, we're backstage with Rhea and
Yeah.
Damian.
Big Nick saying shout out to who said earlier that we're getting IC defense tonight. Yeah, whoever did say that in the chat, kudos to you because again,
Do you know what I
we're,
mean?
you know, we're live on the spot,
First title
so
reign coming to an end.
definitely
Ciampa
made that
beating
show in like Flynn now. So
Here
as
is,
the new
New
day
Day
is upon
It's going to be
us.
the main event. It should be the main event.
This means Ciampa's losing.
Can't
Yeah,
even
could
begin
it
to
be
tell you
a
how much
matter
they
of
cooked
Ciampa
down
doesn't
in
get the
NXT.
win or a DQ?
Can't even
or
begin to tell
I have
you
a feeling
if this
like we're
match
not
is
gonna
even
get
half as
a
good as that.
conclusion
It
to
is
this
going to
rivalry,
be
and that will come on
incredible.
Saturday. Oh shit, tonight. Gunther's going to kill. Good hype, but Gunther will win.
For
I
them
have heard
to
no
take
report
such a
about
big
Finn
championship
at all.
match
I don't
and
know where
move it to
Finn
Monday when they have to
Finn
go
is
up against
injured.
Collision on
Okay.
Saturday.
Keyshawn,
Like,
I will take any further
Are
information
you
that you may have.
weakening the Fastlane offering by moving this forwards? I ain't complaining. There
Finn
is no
in
complaints.
Sharknado. There you go. There you go.
I'm
There you
looking
go.
for the complaints. I ain't seen them.
I thought
I'm just
I
making
had
the
won the
point
belt. What
that,
was Richard's record
Fastlane
yesterday?
is weaker
Mega, you were close.
as of right now.
He edged you out and won a bit of the
They
tiebreaker.
think that the
Remember,
Cody J
the tiebreaker's kind of
tag
arbitrarily
match
picked by
is,
me.
I don't know, perhaps that's
Just
additional.
Mega, you were right there.
Perhaps they've added
But
that
I think
and
you're 6
they
and
won't
1.
get. No, I think they would have added that though.
Technically,
I think they've added that. I think we had to do
So there
something
you
with
go. You were
Cody and
close.
get him on the game
That's a
tonight,
good
and I'm
time.
very happy.
Well, I mean, again, they did have a match to replace. But we are in another commercial break, I think. Are we at commercial break number 6 already, guys? Rhea said Finn got 2 beat up from last week. Okay. So there you go. That at least giving us a kayfabe reason. Who should beat Gunther for the belt? I think Drew should beat him at Survivor Series. Easy Baker, go back to Drew. I thought when Drew first returned, and again, Gunther was going to beat that record, but I thought Drew's story with Gunther was going to continue, and
Fastlane is
eventually,
weak with
now,
or
what
without
I had
Gunther.
read,
Ciampa says
several
real.
people reported
This Raw has been
the
good so
vibe
far,
around
said
Drew
Ross.
wasn't overly
Fozzy
positive. They
said
weren't feeling
presumably
like
if Gunther
people
loses,
were
he'll have a
overly
rematch
interested in Drew
clause,
McIntyre
which could
versus
still
Gunther.
happen at
So it
Fastlane.
seems like they pulled back on it as Gable started getting himself over. So
Believe it
I don't know.
And
it
other
works for
than
me right
it's
now.
an off the
I'm
cuff
really
match.
curious about Miz
It could
TV
sound
tonight
stupid by
because
the
I
end
want to
show,
know what
but I
the
don't
plan is
see
for
it.
Drew McIntyre.
Gable
They're hinting
is
a
the
heel
guy.
turn. Just
Liam
make
said, I
them
think
feel
they're taking a shot
okay
here,
with it.
saying that Fastlane is enough to beat Collision without the IC
Number 6.
title.
Okay, we're climbing.
There will be a
We
few
could get a new
that
champ
gets
tonight,
added.
folks. The belt will be on the
Serious
line.
Game said, what if they
as
replace
Ciampa
Dom
will
with
challenge Gunther
JD
this
instead
evening. Not
of
Fastlane,
Finn?
third match. I thought
Hang on.
Gable's got
Dom
it. Gable had
out,
gotten himself
JD
so
in,
over,
Dom goes
and he
with
was
maybe
so
Theory
hot
and
with the crowd,
I don't know.
and the
There's a lot of
matches
moving
were
parts in it.
so
That.
good. I thought
I'd
Gable was
worry
going to
for
be the
Dom
guy.
out on his
As
own. I think
turns
he'd have to
out,
go in with someone on
not
one.
the case.
Dom was
Now,
that he
they're
that
already
it's great
advertising
that
for
they
it, but you'll
can't
get,
lose
we
a
will get
title
LA Knight.
and it just be
And
all
again,
right. That's
Roman's not
acceptable,
scheduled
right?
to be on
Judge
film
your, to
after
lose a match is one thing. To
Fastlane.
lose a
So,
championship
I've
is
been a little
something else.
critical of the
So,
presence of Roman
I
Reigns
like the
on
fact
this
that
show.
they are having
It will
words
be
here
nice to
and they
see
are
him get back
really
out.
like teasing. If you don't win tomorrow, don't bother coming back home, right? She's going to have changed the locks.
As
Right?
we
You
come
won't even
back
get
out
in
of
the
commercial
house.
break, folks.
So I really like that.
Yeah, but you
I
missed
don't
one.
think
So
we're gonna lose.
you know you're. But
This
yeah,
could be
there's
fun.
some definite quality that he can rate on that one. I'm
This
assuming
be
the
fun.
IC
Kofi and
title
Wade
match.
having a few shots at each other.
IC title main event. I'm with you, Boston. Here comes, okay, just Ivar.
Ivar.
No Eric,
No
no
Valhalla.
Valhalla. Just the other match on the docket I know of that
Ivar,
Jay for the win.
I mean, she looked
the other two.
moody. Kind
Yeah,
of, she's
guys,
the leader, isn't she? Really, of the
shit
group. They
and
fall in
giggles, as they
line
would say.
behind.
Everybody. One day we'll give out like actual prizes and we'll pay attention. I'm trying
I
to
think
work
we
on
did,
making it a
drop the
digital
ball with
vote
her,
so you can vote
unfortunately.
online and then
So it doesn't mean I don't want to not
Well,
John
the
Cena
probably the
gave
biggest
Valhalla
component towards
some
that 5
of
hours
his
is what it would probably
invisible
be.
powers.
But also what I'm right, folks, if you want to make
No,
sure
Eric,
that we can
no
actually be giving
Valhalla.
away and send you guys like even a little phone
Just
bell
a
or some real
single
championships or
solitary
some real
Viking
prizes.
raider.
You can win the predictions and everything like that.
Big Time said no
Yeah,
Valhalla
whether it's
feats.
buying stuff from the merch stores, by the way, we got to
AJG said
goes
Daisy
back to how we do
Basil.
this
I
big
never
better
got to
for y'all.
see this
100%.
team, so I'm
We love this
excited.
little
AF.
community.
We
Trust me.
eating good.
We, like I said before, we got the fantasy football thing. We share. Keeping it
there's a
still
lot of people
PG,
that
keeping it
didn't
above the
get a
belt.
chance to watch it down in
But I
NXT,
can't until we get into the hockey thing because I'm gonna be out here.
Honestly,
clueless.
what
I'm
I
gonna
would
be
say is follow the
like,
match anyway.
I'm gonna be like Goldberg out there on
Did
stage.
someone say it was
from the
Stand
Mighty
and Deliver?
Ducks.
'Cause I
Right.
can't
What am I
remember what show
supposed
it
to
was. I
do?
think, Stand and Deliver got mentioned.
Triple H loves Ciampa. I think his
2021, so
Ciampa's like a
it's
He looks like a
it's
small
worth
version
a
of him.
revisit. That.
Yeah, right. It looks like his
You're
kid.
just me, but balder.
Let's go down. What if Gargano
Ivar.
cost
Oh,
Ciampa? That would be an
Xavier trying to get
insane
Ivar up.
ending, said
Interesting match.
James.
Ivar versus Xavier 1-on-1. Now, Nick, while you were on pause,
Not so much a
IC
raider,
title
just a lonely infiltrator.
Yeah. It's interesting. I think that could that set up to where we get Gable in the slot.
A Viking
at Fastlane.
inconveniencer. That's what we've got.
To a different
Xavier,
match come Fastlane.
Ivar grabs him, hurls him into the edge of the ring.
Maybe.
You know,
WB Nick, one of my Warner Brothers. Bye.
bounces off the edge of the ring, doesn't he?
All night long.
Right, Xavier on top
Hashtag
of
not
the
sponsored by
barricade, a little bit
5 Hour
wobbly.
Energy. Oh, there.
Triple
That's
H
why
loves
Nick is
Ciampa,
I think
says
people know
A. Johnson.
my
That's
energy
true.
drink.
See, I
Yeah.
think there is a good chance to
I'm drinking rum.
Tommaso.
When I made that belt, no, you made it fun, man. We're good. We're good.
If you want to
Yeah,
break
we
it in
used
the
to do that
future, you
one
can't
sometimes,
have
but
this
now
record
we-
of that
yeah,
Pokemon, man.
And Gunther
I'm
ended
looking
something.
up
I'm okay with that
town.
too.
We
No, what you
are
getting at?
65%, 35%.
Too hard.
Good, isn't it?
Anything to really dig into?
Raw has been
No,
built
no,
a 7.
Not a great go home.
My eyes can't. Didn't sleep till 5:30.
I'm
His
fucking
thoughts on
hooked on
Bam
Fox.
Bam
Didn't work
and
for
how
me.
he could and should team.
So
would
he
be-
literally
would have been
just-
awesome.
Well, what was it? Was it
Present
something?
promos. Yeah, I mean,
Where-
the
Oh, Becky's
thing.
not on it, and they asked Triple H to the media
I
scrum.
own
We
it
gotta
in,
like
an
cage
area
some
called
stuff.
City Walk, which
Yeah,
connects like.
that's why I think
never happened.
NXT is getting
So,
gassed
I'd love
up
it.
quite a
I
bit
think there should be
outside of the whole. Oh, well, they're going to
really
do
a
a couple shows
place
beside AW. They're
for
trying to
wrestling
shop
fans to go to.
media rights
WWE is
and
like a
shop,
flipping circus.
you know, to
You
get
just
some
sort of,
money.
like,
We're going to
is
gas up our
the
team.
performance center, but like
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see what they're doing with
I think there's,
NXT,
like,
and
a
I
lot
do
of
think that's
people that
tied into the
go
idea
on a weekly
of
basis and,
the rights.
like a
I like
destination for
that
wrestling
knocks
fans.
USA out of the running.
Never made it. I would
I don't think so at all. I think we're going to, I think
I
it's
did
all
get
going
to
to
go
end up,
to
what
the
comes around
Niagara
is all
Falls shop,
around.
though.
We end up all under one roof.
I think they're gonna. The same reason why it's on Fox and USA.
Oh!
Well, they're
You got him
by
up.
Xavier shoulder.
Death Valley Driver
By Ivar,
onto
that was
Ivar
pretty sick,
for a
wasn't it?
kick out for Woods as Kofi's on commentary.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
whole
yeah,
shop
no,
looked
I
like
think we
Niagara
basically
Falls.
just
Hating
person going right here.
They don't give a fuck.
Still,
They never
that
have.
was probably like
They've done it
ruthless
for
aggression.
But think about it though.
It's,
100% though.
so
With, now they're under
I think if they
the
was
big
to open it
umbrella
now,
of
it would probably be
TKO.
quite colourful.
So I
and a
think
bit
100%
more,
maybe keep
you know,
it more in-house of how everything
reds
UFC
and
is on
blues and,
ESPN.
like,
You don't get the UFC fighter
like metal
featured on
sheet
like a Spike TV or something like that. I know
Yeah,
Spike.
but I
Oh
don't
my
think
god, he just
UFC
came
is
crashing down on him. Oh, just what?
Reversal.
Xavier.
But they're not going to keep
Get that. People just know
Why would they want
I keep a win.
Name slipped through
Oh,
their
wow.
fingers. The uncertainty
Ivar
with Drew and
destroying
Sheamus
today?
is this
What
a
is
vicious
this?
cycle. I don't know. To be honest, it doesn't really bother me. I don't sit there looking at people's contracts. I mean,
Clear.
that stuff kind of just plays behind the scenes, doesn't it? I mean, WWE are going to do an off
That's
for
the
what
first
they
time I think I've
is right for them.
been
They
compared
will
to Eric
always
Fleur.
do what is right for their
Your
business.
resume of
I was gonna say,
And even though
like I said, I've
Go
told you I
doesn't
have
feel like
Dimmick
it's a good
Tourette's. I feel
business
like.
move. I think they would have offered him something they thought was fair. And
So
I
Ivar
don't know,
just
I mean,
destroyed
you know, maybe
the
Tony is
New
coming
Day.
with like some
I'm
monstrous.
shocked.
Because he takes
We ain't
the
much
L
like
and
that.
then turns around and just
That's gonna
lays
cause
out
more
both
carnage
men,
for
and
us.
now
And
it's-
with so few details,
So we're setting up for
plans
probably
they
a big
had
match
compared
at
to what plans
Fastlane
there is,
and
that
the Viking
WWE will
Raiders,
always
the Hot Topic Raiders
ruthlessly
here.
do whatever it can.
Holy,
If you just,
And then say, yo, Kofi get in the ring.
In the New Day right now.
Xavier getting in the ring, Kofi trying to help, but both of them
I think
are
it's-
dealt with.
What's that? We're going back to Shinsuke.
All right, we're looking at
Nakamura
Seth
his
and
chase
Shinsuke
for the
now.
title.
Five potentially.
It could really be Shinsuke coming up.
show
certainly
schedule
of
unfair.
her winning
And
the
it looks
NXT
like that could be
women's
the
title,
way that they're
and
starting to
then
go with this. Could
using
we
that
get to
title
where
on
Seth
Raw,
retains and
because
then he
that would
drops
be
the
a
belt
way
to Gunther, and Gunther
on Raw as well.
now he has the world title instead of the
So
IC title.
It keeps her in the performance center. See about
Gunther getting
NXT
away from
titles
the
being
IC
used on the
title,
main
moving
roster
on.
though. And it
He
does
could
feel,
be-
And they can't figure out what the fuck to do with
but
it.
as a way of
Yeah,
getting
no,
Jade
I mean,
to
you
be
kind of want
based
him to
at the
win.
PC
Now, I still
and
feel like
learning at the PC,
the
but
idea
also
that the
still
Money in the
getting
Bank briefcase is out
you
there
know,
and the last man standing
exposure
match is going to
of
happen.
being on Raw
That is
or
very
whatever, like,
intriguing to me.
It's
that could be
intriguing,
an
but still, what's also
interesting idea.
intriguing is like even
Be an
where we've got
interesting idea,
Nakamura
and I
with the
think
subtitle
let's
promos.
don't
and
forget
everything
Becky
like
is
that.
the
Like, they're
NXT
really
Women's
starting to
Champion. So
kind
if Jade
get
was
it was him
That's a
versus
hell of a
Seth
statement.
at was it? Yeah, it was at Payback.
So, yeah, it's
Yep.
hard to know where she's going to land.
Absolutely.
But there's plenty of word that it's going to be main roster.
Imperium interfere. Then John Wrestling comes out to help.
Right,
Ciampa.
we've got
Not
a
that
little
shout, not a
video.
bad shout at all. We've been waiting for DIY to
You will
reunite.
never
So
walk again.
I think that works pretty fucking well, actually.
A
What do you think the
conclusion so
likelihood of actually lose the belt
humiliating.
tonight?
Slim to
Your
fucking
daughter
none.
will be too
Okay, I'm with you
ashamed
on that
to
one.
look at you.
Yeah.
So this is the video package we saw last week where
Yeah.
Jade
Does
could beat
Gargano and
Rhea,
Loomis
said
return
K-pop
tonight?
lover.
Gargano, maybe not Loomis tonight, and save Ciampa from
Excellent. Are on the
we're gonna
main
get
roster.
the DIY
question mark.
return because
Yeah.